recording. Alright, so we're back into City Skylines, and for those who weren't here for the last time we played, we do have our city going here. I do not build my city in any type of meta way. I build my cities to try and make them authentic, so we do starter cities where we're building them out. They have kind of designs to them. We end up with growing pains because, like real towns, you kind of just take what you've got and you wedge stuff in there. Now, granted, unlike a real town where it's very difficult to, I don't know, get a couple residential zones to be knocked out and suddenly be a school, we just do that. But otherwise, we like started with this little hill where it has this like really weird design here. That's actually following the hill. We got these like little commercial areas in with this neighborhood. That's kind of just a nice part of town. We've got like this not as nice part of town that's just a bunch of houses along the shore. We got our industrial area doing lumber, and then our not as nice industrial area. And then way up here, we've got a really ritzy part of town coming in. So like if we were to look, for example, at this part of town, like you would find lots of places that are a little bit on the more rural side that would look kind of like this. You like that's just not a bunch of grids? Oh yeah. Versus we go over here, you choose any like pretty decent money kind of area, like downtown area, and it'll end up looking like this, like a really big money area kind of thing. So I like that. We have our big scar in the ground from where we had an earthquake previously. I do have disasters on. We've got our natural park here with a nice little spot for everyone to sit down in the middle and all that kind of thing. It makes us lots of money. Yeah. You've got both looks. Yeah, so I do try and go through there because this is like the this is a pedestrian area, so if you look back here, the only vehicles you'll see are like emergency services and that. Everyone else is required to walk and ride bikes. It's a walkable city. Versus over here, you know, cars. Yeah, so I do try and go with a lot of that kind of thing. Alright, I cannot buy more terrain. But the plan for our town is there is this set of islands here. The plan is to make this like a university kind of city. So we're going to have like our university on these islands. It'll likely spread out to the shores over here. So we're going to have like the part of town that builds up around the university kind of thing. And this is just more like old town. Eventually I'll probably want to get rid of this part of the town where we got this ridiculous amount of pollution over here. Currently we're depending heavily on wind power. We do want to eventually move to geothermal just for practicality side. But it's easier to do a lot of that stuff because then I don't have to deal with coal trucks driving in and out of my town all the time. You know, blocking up traffic. Alright, we got our hospital that I remember we put in towards the end of the last stream, which has been a little while. They're getting that put in there. And we do have you can still do like name someone after it. It won't be naming the people, it'll be naming like a district, the hospital, the college when we get one. So it'll be one of those things that if you redeem that, just let me know what you would like named after you. And we can do our best at that. So right now we can use more residents. What was our residential distribution there? Yeah, so originally I was checkering them to help have them be more evenly distributed, and then we kind of stopped that. Because I just need way more residential than I got. Alright, so we can go in here. Trying to remember what sidewalks we even have. Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for raid. So let me go ahead and get a shout out real fast. So shout out Salford Sal. For those who don't know Salford Sal, if I can get my mouse back into the screen. Computer. Those who don't know Salford Sal, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely recommend. Playing some Stellaris Nexus according to this. But Twitch is usually one day behind with that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and thank you so much for the raid. Let us know how your stream went, what you're playing. But Salford Sal is absolutely a fantastic content creator. Plays a number of different games like Dwarf Fortress, Oxygen not included, that kind of stuff. So that's your jam. Absolutely check it out. So I'm sorry about the scrolling. I'm trying to deal with Twitch chat being weird. But yeah, so welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. At 135,121 zombies killed, that record has been beaten. It was an oxygen not included day, but there was a lightning storm, so she's hiding in now. Ah, gotcha. Well, I do hope her oxygen not included went really well. Last time I checked, she had set up her nuclear reactor. I think I missed a couple streams since then because of conflicting schedules and all that. But yeah, absolutely recommend Sal for Sal. Absolutely fantastic content creator. But yeah, I am a variety streamer. I do play a variety of games. So I play stuff like City Builders, Settlement Builders, Roguelikes, Roguelike, Tycoon, Settlement Builders. So we've been playing a lot of RimWorld lately. We've also got Oxygen Not Included we've been playing recently. Like, that was actually, we had a vote on whether we were playing this or Oxygen Not Included, a couple other games, and this one. But we've got a run going in that. And at the moment, what we're doing is I've got this city here that I'm working on. Why is my activity feed not where it needs to be? There it goes. Sorry. When I clicked over to the window to see who had rated everything, it got messed up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So what we're doing right now in, say, Skylines is I build my cities quite a bit different. Already blew up that reactor. She did blow it up. Lovely. I remember a whole bunch of people were expecting it to get blown up when she was building it. And the last I had seen, it had looked like it was doing good. But yeah. I usually have to, our streams overlap a lot, so I don't really get to catch a lot of her stuff. I get to raid her once in a while. Thanks for running without coolant. Sal has been having a lot of success running reactors without coolant. Excellent. I am nowhere near as experienced in Oxygen Not Included as Salford Sal is. Like, not even remotely close. But I'll kind of give a tour of the city here in just a moment. I just want to quickly get this set up, because it's working on that real fast. Let's get carve this down, because you get charged based on how much area that covers. You're probably good on land value. We'll check to see if the land value is not as high once we get that done. But I do my cities quite a bit different than a lot of people play this game. Like, a lot of people play this game to try and, like, just deliberately, like, make a bunch of money, win, do a bunch of challenge stuff. I try to make my cities a little bit more authentic. So, for example, if we zoom into this area so you don't see, like, the plasticky area in the background, because just the way it looks, this looks like an actual city. Like, this looks legit real. The type of thing. Even though if you actually look at the building, I have probably more pharmacies than any other business in the game, so that's deeply disturbing. There was, last I think we checked, there was, I think there was one pharmacy for every, like, 52 people in the city. You heard roguelite, and my thumb would just flew to the follow button. Without so much as a concept. Yeah. We pop into a whole bunch of stuff. We do the occasional roguelikes. Like, we've done, like, Noita, we've done Hades. I just don't know why I was putting a T there. But yeah, so, like, you know, we got this area that looks kind of like just, not rural community, but not, you know, kind of in the woods community. We got that. Oh, good. We became a big town. That's good, because I just noticed power was failing on the other side. Cool. So one moment. Let me just deal with my power problem real fast. Can I make geothermal? I can make the big geothermal if I have the money. So we're going to fix this problem temporarily in the... We will simply take the budget. It'll say, your budget is more. Alright. And that should fix that problem. But then we also have over here, if you want to look at, like, any pretty well-off money kind of downtownish area, like a downtown Boston kind of thing, you got that going on. You can never have too many pharmacies. People got to get their fix somehow. Oh, it is ridiculous. We go up here and it's like... Where is it? Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. It's all clothing stores. There's drugstore 1. There's a pharmacy. There's a pharmacy. A lot of clothing stores are moving into the area. But it's like, for as much as we're seeing these organic, there's a pharmacy there. Whereas, like, as many as we were having before, it was, like, the same. There's a super pharmacy. Yeah, it's not as bad as it was before, but you get the idea. The pharmacies were ridiculous. Oh, we also have our nice little park here in the middle. We got a nice little place that you can all meet and sit down. There's nature trails. There's tents everywhere. It's maxed out. It's a way I make a bunch of money. But I'm not doing, like, any deliberate, like, cheesy things, like forcing people to walk through my park. They do walk through it because it's convenient. Where's that going on? Look at all that going on. The plan we have for the town is I'm going to be making this into like a university, like these islands. It'll eventually spread out to the other areas. I'm trying to basically just hold on to my money for the time being to get geothermal online. Because once I get geothermal online, my power will be far more stable. Versus what happens with the wind. Yeah, like the wind, like our power's fine now. It occasionally has power sags. You love when the multi-level garages are just pharmacies and nothing else? Yeah, just, you go up to all these buildings. That's actually our school. Where is one of these pharmacies? Where did the suit, like, it's like suddenly we went from having a ridiculous amount of pharmacies to a bunch of stuff. So that pharmacy's not that impressive right now. Alright. There we go. Yeah, so we've got this gargantuan building here is a pharmacy. This, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8-story building. And it's a pharmacy. And suddenly, it's complaining about not having customers everywhere. No educated workers. Right, because we just hit the point that we need universities and all that. You know, if you really want a stable power system, you could try Horse Economy 3. Oh, what is the slogan they have it for it? It's not get hay. It's one of the radio things we have in there. I was playing the radio a little bit the last time. They're just waiting for this. Once we get the geothermal power, I can shut down the coal plant. We can probably just let those... I mean, the wind turbines, I guess, could just sit there. We'll get things switched over. Yeah, so you need highly educated now. So I need to build the university, which we just now got the ability to build. So we're going to be dealing with that real fast. Okay. Yeah, I can also understand what Sal for Sal's going through. Where I'm at, we've got pretty bad storms going as well. We had a tornado warning earlier in the day. So that was good stuff. I also forgot Tomb brought me... my Tomb is my wife. Brought me food that I need to eat a little bit here. So, I won't bother everyone with that. What I'll probably end up doing is when I go to actually eat, I'll disappear the camera for a little bit. Like, I'll mute and unmute the mic as needed. Alright, so the problem is, our businesses are going high enough level where they need really highly educated workers. But I don't have those. And I don't have those because I don't have a university. But the power situation is a more immediately important situation. So the hope would be we get our power sorted out, and then we move on to the other stuff. And I have debated, I've been talking about doing some... Why are you not getting resources now? Not enough raw materials. I mean, we could fix that. We also need to buy another tile of ground. I've been debating which tile I'm buying. Because I can buy one of either this tile or that tile, and potentially have our industry hook up directly to the highway to not go through the city at all, which would be a really good move. I could also buy this tile to give myself a completely independent highway hookup. So again, put our industry to this highway hookup, have it effectively completely independent from the rest of the network. But we're not quite there yet. But yeah, I very much like doing this style. For those who don't realize what I've done here is I've placed all these trees. That I go out of my way to like start caking in tons of trees into these areas. Because just like, you look at the city what it normally looks like. Where's a good example? You look at an area like this, and it looks plastic. And you go over here, and it looks like just dirty plastic. Because there's just no, like, this is a normal forest in the game. Whereas when you pack them in really tight like that, it looks way better. Unfortunately, you have to mod to do that, because there's a asset limit on the trees, that if you put down too many trees, like, you can't have more trees. So you actually have to have a mod just to increase the asset limit. So you can just build more trees. Alright, so right about to get our better power plant. Okay, so where do I even want to put this? I could shove it along the way here somewhere. That way it's not in any one general area, so it could support whatever. And this will also mean that we can guarantee that the sewage remains online, because it'll be the more distant stuff. Yeah, we're gonna put it down here. So we're gonna make sure both of these power hookups actually reach it. Alright, so we've got that there. So now I can go to my budget real fast. I can tone that way back down. Downloads more trees? Absolutely. This power plant here, it's gone. Okay. And now if I check my power on here, we should be in really good shape. Let's actually check our stuff. Power, we have more than double the power we need. Water, we're not too far ahead now. Garbage, we're going to need to make a new recycling center pretty soon. Elementary and high school we're good. University we're not, because we only now got the ability to build it. We don't have any offices. Our medical care is doing fine. We don't have much in the way of death care other than just chucking people into a graveyard. But we just got, I believe, the ability to do that. No, actually, I think we don't get that till 80,000, so we're probably still not able to do that. Crime's fine. We don't have public transportation yet. We're going to get that. The value, the land value. So we got some like high value up here, but the whole point is with the walkable stays, you really have to just max out the value as much as possible. Otherwise, it's just too expensive to keep it that you don't get to do stuff. That's interesting that the value is slightly higher in the water. Now we have leisure stuff, which not a whole lot there. Heating isn't relevant to us. We don't have any maintenance. We don't have escape routes. That's right. One of the other things we're going to do is I already got my evacuation stuff in this area. For this neighborhood up here. We haven't built it for this one because we had to put like much larger ones out front where they can actually reach them. I think next, though, we're going to go for the university. And I guess we'll start with a tech school here. So we can go here. We'll start with the university campus and get this going. Like I said, my plan is to make it these islands. Because I think that'd be an interesting aesthetic. Alright. So that's to have the admin building and all that. Alright, so next we need to put our entrance to this place. I wish it was daytime. Oh, well that's probably fine. Surely there's nothing wrong with this. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go hide my camera for a minute while I do hate that even when I'm doing that. And I'm gonna hide that so I have a little bit of food I need to eat. We can do all that and we'll get going from there. Hopefully it calms down. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? The burning is just a feature. You wanted the true, authentic wildlife experience of the woods? Well, guess what? Woods burn sometimes. Alright. I'm eating a little food, so I'm going to be little gaps in what I talk, and I'll be right back. Alright, dinner's eaten. So let me go ahead and do this whole thing. Sorry about the whole scrolling thing. It's just a thing that happens with this game. Alright, so the downside is I gotta rebuild this. And that's just the nature of the beast. And that's because we had a forest fire and the fire trucks cannot reach it. The way I'd work around this problem is I need to get helicopter fire people. It's really hard to keep the fires under control when you do this style city. That is one thing that the game is balanced around the way it has trees. So when you pack them in real tight, you know, things burn. Like that, over there. That's gonna burn up some money because I do have to rebuild us. I remember there's a mod out there that once they've done the thing where they check to make sure, you know, like there's survivors and all that, they'll auto rebuild. If they don't rebuild, the park will lose settings. Okay, so yeah, so the park burned down pretty badly, but that's just the authentic wildlife experience. So now, where it's all lush and green before, you can go and look at a bunch of burned down pine trees. Helicopter fire people, they put down the fires or set things on fire? Yes. And it's actually true yes. Because sometimes the way you prevent forest fires is by burning things down. Not even as a joke. Very legitimately, that's a thing you do. You just burn things down in a very controlled manner versus a not so controlled manner. And sometimes the line between controlled and uncontrolled is not a really big difference. It can very quickly go from one to the other if things don't go the way you want them to. Alright. Trying to decide where I want to put... Oh, right. So I have the railroad tracks up here. Let's hook up the railroad tracks first to get people over here. And then we'll put the connection over the campus by where the railroad tracks connects. Because I'm assuming I can make trains now. I cannot. Not till 11,000. I can make a metro, but I cannot do the train yet. So the train tracks are there for later. We still playing Railroad Tycoon? I haven't played that on channel yet, but yeah. Trains are good. I like trains. I wish there's a lot more trains where I am in the world. But there's not. Alright, so we got the bridge that connects. And we'll have the administrative building. Oh, I have to build the road first, that's right. So for right now, I'm just going to cut it straight across the island, I think. No, I'm not. I lied. We're going to give it a slight curve. Make it a little bit more interesting than that. And then most of the rest of the campus will only be accessible by foot. We might go up here and put, like, the stadium or whatever we have to. But we're only going to put stuff on roads as we need to. So this will be the admin building. What was the train one? Oh, the train one at the other week, that would be Railway Empire 2. Or Railways Empire 2. It was really good. I really enjoyed it. Not necessarily the best for streaming. Not the worst for streaming either. But it was a lot of fun. The thing that tickled me about it so much was I've been like, you know, it's introducing the infancy of railroads here in the US. It's like, you know, I never heard this history around how it was experienced in Europe. And then we finished the tutorial, it's like, oh, there's this whole event that happened in the UK called Railmania, and it was a whole big thing where just a bunch of private companies were all competing, and it was a whole disaster. It was just the whole thing is you'd be on one side of the UK and you'd want to go to the other side. And you'd have to get, like, tickets for, like, 10 different companies, and you'd have to, like, get off at this railway station, take the bus over to the railway station the other side of town to get to the next spot. And there was, like, no coordination between them or anything. And so it was just an absolute nightmare to deal with. And I'm like, well, all right, I was just saying I'd like to hear more about it, and here we are. And they have delivered. All right. So I want to get some paths in here, and I'm forgetting where those are located. We want to unsnap. So we got a walking path so they can get to the bridge. Wasn't that like work gang stealing the other company's rail during the night? I mean, yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. They didn't really get into much of that part of it. But yeah, there was a lot of that kind of stuff. All right. So, we need to make this campus not suck. So we're going to turn snapping back on. Yeah, I'll make straight shot one to the side on each side. Maybe make it so walking path follows around the edges. But first, we need dorms. Okay, so that's the way dorms are going to line up. We're going to have a big, like, kind of open area here. That'll be a central open area for, like, a fountain or something. And we got our dorms. Okay. We have a trade. So we have trade school study hall. It's too steep. We have groundskeeping. That can be just tucked away somewhere. And book club. Alright, and then later we'll be able to put the police academy. Alright. Campus not suck. Motto of the University Sky God. Yep. So yeah, a trade school study hall. It definitely fitted in here. I didn't really plan for it to be there. I planned to make this big open mall area. I can live with that, though. Alright. Okay. So, our university currently has a capacity of 1,050 students. And I need a lot more. So, if we put that there and I put a dorm on this side, it won't fit. So, let's try and adjust this. Try 3 ticks over. Too steep. Let's try doing this a different way. Perfect. Because I'll be able to tuck that in right there. Alright, so same deal on the other side. It would be about here. Alright, so we're starting to build our trade school. Get that up and running. So let's check now with their education. So we're at 6... I need a lot more university is what I'm understanding. Oh my goodness. Alright, we'll do one more round of dorms. Isn't there a train level doing? I'd be pulling my hair out with the build obsidians without retaining walls. Yeah, and that's I deliberately try and make stuff. Oh, this is this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Cause that is a pretty Well, I mean, they just did it. All right, I guess it's fine. Um, I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down. So, you know, I mean, it's a tech school. They got new tech, that's all. Like, this door's still pretty bad. That door's steep. Like, this is okay steep. Like, this is real world. You're not happy about it, but, like, it's manageable. Or those stairs. All right. I know it's college, but I'm going to need you to calm down with your parties a little bit. I'm trying to give a tour here. Oh, man, you still need more. Did I really let it fall that far behind on the university thing? Yeah, let's put a bunch of stuff over there. Because, like, I keep building more and more. It's like, nope, you do not have enough capacity for the students. Part of it is because it's all at once. This universe is actually just a long stay hotel. I mean, I'm also sitting there going, okay, I have a study hall that has a capacity for 400 students, and they have enough dormitories to handle, what would that be? 2,400 students? And then the admin building doesn't do anything, one way or the other? Alright, so we'll start dealing with that in a minute. This is all fine over here. We're still very profitable. Actually, we're getting more profitable, which is probably because we're starting to get people at a higher education level. Which is important. Right, so I also have need for more garbage services. So what I'm going to do here is the plan is for this to be the industrial area. And industrial area, I should say, not the industrial area. So on this side, I am going to toss a recycling center. Alright, this could be stuff to support the school. Alright, because you need a recycling center. What else do we need? So I cannot make the crematorium, so we can't deal with the corpses yet. Like, they'll just get buried in graveyards, it's fine. So that brings its processing just up to a tolerable level. Yeah, I'll put 2 over here. That should handle that. We're getting pretty close to the point that I'm going to need to start putting money into my... Not money. We'll need to go into here and start setting up the recycling programs and all that. And the plan for the recycling programs and all that is just to reduce our overall amount of garbage total by having various programs to have people, like, minimize the amount of waste they they produce. It'll still be high. Alright, so we are starting to hit a death wave. For those who haven't played City Skylines before, this is a thing that happens normally. As you grow your city quickly, what ends up happening is eventually kind of have that come back to bite you in the butt in what's known as a death wave. And it's just basically all your people getting old around the same time, so you end up having a population that's ages are not well balanced out, so it's kind of like everyone gets old and dies at the same time, and then you have a whole bunch of people who are all young and need to use school at the same time, and then they have the working age. So it ends up being a thing where it slams all your services, like your graveyards and all that, and then immediately slams all your schools when the next wave of people come in. That's a whole lot of stuff we gotta deal with. Alright, so check our campus info. So our campus is attractive enough to level up. It doesn't quite have enough students yet. They're still bringing the students in. And it needs 2 academic works, which are just a thing that you have an RNG chance of producing an academic work. And you can do stuff to increase the chances of producing an academic work. They just cost you money. But it's for leveling up the university, which makes more options that all have benefits. Because, like, all the different types of universities have permanent benefits they can give you. For example, I could build the police academy. And it, I believe, makes the police more efficient just generally in all ways. So that's something I definitely want to build. And all these special buildings usually have, like, really kind of difficult to work with dimensions and all that. So it requires, like, building a dedicated location for them. Yeah, so we'll probably end up doing for this. All right. That actually doesn't make sense for design. That's not how an actual campus would be. They try and make something like this work, which may not work because of how steep it is. And then you probably go over here. I'll use the move it tool actually for this. What I'm trying to do here is just scooch it out here to make like a larger area. And this is a mod, the move it tool. There we go. That's a bit more authentic. There we go. So even though they're raised high, they'll have like a walking path right next to it, and then you have one if you want to go over to like the shore kind of thing. Check that all out. Alright, so how much do you cost, Police Academy? I'm trying to save up for you, because you'll get more classrooms. Cannot build on water. I underestimated how ridiculously large you were. We can change this. There we go. Now I've got our little mall area. Okay, so we now have a campus that could take on way more students. We're still just waiting for the students to show up and for more academic works. Okay, but now I have a college campus who can actually facilitate the entire student body. So we gotta wait for that. We are dealing with problems with the death wave going on. That's the reason we have all these abandoned buildings down here. There's so many people dying, the graveyards cannot remotely keep up. It is a thing you try and deliberately avoid, and I have failed to do so. This graveyard has literally filled up. There's no more rooms. No vacancy. I believe there's another graveyard over here somewhere. A graveyard over there. We need another one over here. And down the road, we'll end up having it where, that'd be fine. Down the road, we'll end up having it where we use crematoriums. That way, we're not worrying about that kind of thing. Alright. So that'll help with that. Hey, Hobgoblin, how's it going? Alright. So water's starting to get a little tighter than I want. And one of the problems I'm noticing here is as I'm setting up more and more of these, you'll notice that I'm pulling enough water from the stream that we're having issues with it effectively like backfilling kind of thing. Like it's no longer going that way, it's going this way. So the thing we do have to be very careful about is that this river continues flowing that way. If it ever starts going the other direction because we're pulling too much water, that means everyone gets sick and dies because we are pulling in sewage at that point. So we gotta watch out for that one. Because I've absolutely had that happen in cities before. Considering we already have this coming around for both sides here. Another thing we're ready for is to get rid of these windmills. They're cool and all that, but right now they're really just not needed. The geothermal just tends to be a better system. And then I don't have to pay the maintenance costs. Get power run across here. Because geothermal never has a an issue where, like, you know, it kind of goes away for a while or whatever. All right. Yeah, so hers, they're trying their very best to keep up. We'll just have to wait till the death wave is over, and then we'll kind of go with that. Because one of the things that happens during your death waves is you will usually have your economy get completely jacked up for a little while. Hey, Pank, how's it going? Pank, there is a game, when it comes out, you must play on your channel. Normally I would say you should play, but I'm going to say you must play. It would be an objective mistake to not play. I actually don't know if that's true. It's a game I think you'll really like. Called Little Guardsman. That's ILI. Guardsman. It is amazing. We played the demo earlier, which is free on Steam right now. It is amazing. Think fantasy, Papers, Please, but with, like, humor from, what'd be a good one? Disenchantment or whatever? The humor is amazing. I would say more, but it would spoil it. I assure you, no matter what you're thinking right now, it's probably more fun than you're expecting. I was going in for some very silly Papers, Please, and 10 out of 10, I got completely blindsided 2 or 3 times by the game. In the best of ways. And I cannot say more as much as I want to, because it would 100% split. Did the Steam page say it was going to come out besides 2023? It did not. So I don't know. Probably this fall. Everything seems to be coming out this fall, like September, October. And as a demo, which already makes me like it. Yeah, the one issue with it, the one issue is you're going to have to use your Windows volume settings to change it. It has volume controls in the game. They do nothing. It's very clearly a bug, but they do not work. And at first, I was genuinely actually getting ready to be like, all right, well, if they can't even get their things, I'll bail. And I'm really glad I didn't. Because it is actually a game, it is on my list of games I'm looking forward to now. And you asked some questions about sponsorships later. I may have one. Oh, good. Yeah. If it's something that is, like, specific and all that kind of stuff that you want to keep private, by all means, keep it private. If it is generic questions that you're comfortable asking on stream, that's fine as well. Either way. Just basically letting you know, whichever way works for you. Like, obviously don't say what it is sponsoring kind of thing when you're asking your questions. If it is in channel. Like, between me and you, private conversation, that's totally fine. The video for it, I know, right? Is so loud. Everything is so loud and everything. Alright, so I need to get more wood. But yeah. It is amazing, though. It is incredibly amazing. Alright, so we've got plenty of money coming in. It looks like the death wave is still going pretty hard, though. Got you, general questions? Cool. Absolutely. And fill you in on stuff. The death wave. Yeah, if you've played City Skylines, people die of old age in the game. It's a thing that happens. The thing that happens is when you bring in, if you grow your city way too fast, what ends up happening is everyone gets old at about the same time, and then you get what's called a death wave, because they all become old enough that they pass away in a very short time frame. And it's a double whammy, because at first your crematoriums and hospitals are completely overwhelmed by the number of people dying in a short period of time. And then the double whammy part of it is all those people are not there anymore, so everyone starts having kids, and suddenly your schools all get slammed because you have a ridiculous school population at the same time. So this is one of those things you try and go out of your way to avoid, to very gradually grow your city. And then, should tragedy strike, do what you can to mitigate it. That is honestly, the two endgame things you deal with in the game are death waves and traffic. And death waves and traffic do feed each other, where if you're suffering a death wave and your traffic's not good, then all your hearses get stuck in traffic, making the death waves that much worse. And that also means you have a whole bunch of hearses stuck in traffic, which means they're now contributing to the traffic. Alright, so I need to go and probably expand this lumber business to have, source thing. Florida is one of the retirement states. Alright. I still always like this aesthetic. Just to me, this looks like actual city kind of thing, compared to what the game normally looks like. It's the reason I like shoving all the trees in there. This also looks like real city kind of thing, for like when you're in that area where nature is not to be seen anymore. Not enough parking garages, though, for that to be realistic. Which, for the record, for some reason, if we look in here, on our pedestrian buildings, is it here? No, there was somewhere in here that they've got buildings that are like for aesthetic reasons, or they're fun/support buildings, that they have parking garages as a fun building. I guess if you want to make a more authentic experience. Oh right, it wouldn't be there. Where was that? We saw that. It was like parking garages? Really? Oh yeah, here we go. A multi-story decorative parking lot. Ooh. We're gonna put one of those in the front of the college campus, because that is the way college campus be. Ooh, now the true university experience. That's not enough to be an accurate representation of real life. Let's be honest. There's a second one right here. Oh, fine. I'll move you, book club. Book club, you can be over. You can be over here in this weird little pocket we made down here. The book club feels like one of the things that the college campus would put about as far out of way as you possibly could. There. I mean, if we're being real, there'd be like 6 parking garages on this campus, and then even then they would somehow still manage to oversell their parking so you couldn't even park during exam week. Not salty at all about that situation. Oh, and as employees, you would still not get like an employee parking pass unless you're like really high up in the food chain. So you'd have to fight with all of the students for your parking. It's lovely. These are things that actually happen, by the way. I'm not just making crap up. That are literally things that I dealt with in college as an employee. They always oversold the parking. Like, not even a little either. They're like, only a certain percent of students will be on campus anytime. It's like, have you heard of exam week? Guess how much of the student population is on the campus during exam week? If you said just about all of them, you'd be correct. All right, so I'm gonna need another area here to go in. Need more trees? Always need more trees. I'm supposed to have the paintbrush so I can just click and like hold and like drag a bunch of trees down. And I might just be forgetting where to find it or what button does it kind of thing. But it makes life much easier. Alright, so we're still waiting. There we go, good old structure fire all dealt with. And we've got... Still catching up with the death wave, as it were. That should be settling down pretty soon. I mean, they still have all the hearses out, so we're not quite there yet. When am I get my next population milestone? 11,000. Okay, so 11,000 I believe is when we get the crematorium, which is where instead of just shoving bodies into graveyards and having them gradually fill up and go, oh god, please, why? Booking question. No, that's not it. It's at like 18,000. 11,000 was when we get our train, and they can hook a train up to this. Why? There we go. Okay, so what other stuff should I be building? We've got our schools built on. What is that? Oh, just the standalone university thing. Why does the multi-level decorative parking garage give such a huge area of improvement? Why, like, here, I've got, like, suburbia here. And we're just going to drop a multi-story parking garage, and it is going to increase the land value of almost the entire thing, except for that one edge in the top north. That makes no sense. It is a parking garage. It should not have that effect. Oh, I know what it could do. Fire department. Wait, what are you? Police department and banks. Have a stock exchange reach level 2. Alright. right. There's a stock exchange in the game now. I forgot about that. I don't actually know where we find that. You were talking about how you loved parking. I think it should have that affects her. Well, no. The comment I was making is when you look like an actual city, the amount of parking, like space dedicated just for parking, ends up being ridiculously high because of cars. Unless you're fortunate that you live in a part of the world where they actually treat, you know, other vehicles as meaningful and useful. Alright, trying to think of how I want to do this. So what I need to do is I want to actually go to the fire one. So one, we'll build a helicopter depot to help deal with the forest fires. Where am I going to put that? Let's put that over here for right now. Or not, it's too steep. So I've got that. Gonna put a fire watch tower over the whole area that's forested. That should help with that. And then we're gonna go disasters. How many people do you currently have in this area? The current population, that's now I'm looking for. Current population for the area is about 4,000. So if I want to have these cover everyone, I need to build 4 of the small ones or 1 large one to cover 10,000 people. Alright, so what we'll do with this... and go ahead and build that right there. Of course, it barely doesn't fit. Basically, I'm just trying to make a place that we can have for, if there's a disaster, we have an evacuation center. There we go. This will be perfect. So we can go ahead and build you right here. Take the power tower, put it right there. Okay, so then we got our our large emergency shelter. It's designed to support the entire population of this and the university. We've got a walkway straight here. Everyone else can evacuate up this road. That should work for right now. The other thing we need to do is go to our fire department. We need to have an antenna that covers everything. Can I do the one antenna way here and cover... Alright. The campus will have the giant antenna on the front of it. Hey, Butte, how's it going? So that way when there is a disaster, we can report it, have everyone scramble to their shelters. We have the seismic sensor. We put that right here at the tower as well. I put another seismic sensor right there. Let the spice flow reference in the description. Not that I'm aware of. Alright, it's unlikely we'll be able to have a tsunami anywhere up here. We should go ahead and get a weather radar. So we'll put that up here as well. And then a deep space radar. Alright, so we got all my emergency stuff so that when we have, you know, meteors and all that sort of stuff, we can detect it. We'll know roughly where it's going to land. So we can evacuate the appropriate people, yada, yada, yada. You want to avoid evacuating people if you can help it, because it's really rough. That said, you do want to evacuate people who are in danger, because them dying is also tough. You're just tilted, don't mind me. Sorry to hear that. I do hope whatever's got you frustrated, irritated, whatever, eases up and lets you live your life. Got another railway over here. Also got these roads over here. Alright, let's buy more land. So there's lots of options here. Alright, no problem, Hank. You have a good one. Alright, so we gotta decide which one of these tiles I'm grabbing. We can put it over here and connect onto this highway for manufacturing stuff. I can definitely do that over here as well. Like this area over here feels like this should absolutely be industry. I've got a railroad hookup. I've got 2 highways. I can commit just for it. Alright. It's a shame I don't have access to trains yet. Alright. It's not a lot of room to work with either for putting on another on-ramp, off-ramp kind of thing. But we'll see what we can do. So one of the things we're going to do here is I am going to not search assets. I'm going to go here to industry area. There you go, right up here. You know, plan for this to be a wood industry. That's farm. And then that'll be the ore. The ore is gonna be like temporary. We're not gonna be able to maintain that forever. That's concerning. You're full. Oh, it's the landfill is full. Well, I mean, the landfill is full is also concerning. Hang on. You're not allowed to be full. I was thinking of more enough processing, so we should be able to deal with that. Oh, it's just the tower there. Alright, so what I want to do here is I want to have one road that comes out here that we're not allowing any industrial vehicles on. And we'll have the direct channel to the highway. That way all the citizens can get to and from work without too much of a hassle, whereas we keep all of those industrial vehicles off our major roads because it will totally choke them up otherwise. Alright, just seeing what we got here. Okay, sorry about that. And I want the industrial road. Or not, we can just go like this. So we have 4-lane road. Maybe I start with the ore thing and let them just mine up all the ore. And then when the ore is gone, we shut it back down. Yeah, so we've got our ore cuts across here.
Astrologists report that a devastating meteor will strike the city in the near future.
Oh, that is not cool.
Shelter immediately if any is available.
Well, the ritzy part of town is about to have a real bad day. Everyone is starting to evacuate as fast as they can.
A meteor strike has occurred. Avoid the impact site and head to shelter if any is available.
Alright, so the evacuation part is over. People either made it or they didn't. And that was like random chance thing either. Like, I didn't go out of my way to trigger any of those things. So, first of all, I had to go and repair these roads. I just realized I'm paving them with different roads. I apparently use multiple types of roads in this, which now I see it, I cannot unsee it, and this is just our existence. Neighborhood pool. I'll make it into a park. It's our first meteor strike. And the reason I'm doing all of these is just I happened to notice that I had two different ones, and that bothers me too much, so we were making it uniform. Okay. So, 2 blocks just got removed. Let's actually get rid of that spot. Alright, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to unzone this. I'm going to unzone the immediately surrounding area. Because we're gonna make the park here. Because they usually always do this, the very first house, or very first meteor strike at least, I make into a park. Sometimes I'll make more than just the one. Oh, we could also go here for the walkable part. Because I have to pay for all the areas in there. So they are dealing with all of this. They're doing their rescue and all that. But we will make that into a park in not too long. Here, we're going to actually get rid of that. And make this a block that goes up, down instead. Alright. You got a forest fire going on over here that needs to be dealt with. Alright. So we can go ahead and choose. Okay. Yeah, so we've got a path up on the ridge for building our park in here. They'll get that deal dealt with in a second. Get rid of those two buildings that are knocked down. And then we can go over here to... Where are you at? Okay, so it is in line, so we can go right here. And get that situated. Cool, so we've got that all in place. I don't think we make like a formal park, like where you have tickets and everything, because then that's attached to a major, like an actual road. Whereas I leave it just like a park that people can walk through and that kind of thing. It'll be way better for not having to worry about all that stuff. Alright, so we've got that going on there. We can put a little bit of entertainment stuff here. So I can go to this. Can I put that in here? No. A small fountain of the plaza. And I'll put an office building on either side of it. Let's check the pipes. Yeah, the pipes got all busted up. That's no shocker. Alright. Meanwhile, I can go in here real quickly. Just designing ourselves a little park here real fast. Trying to make it look nice and all that. Right now, it's not going to look too great because there's a big burnt hole. But once it starts turning green and all that, it'll look a little bit better. Oh, it'll get more trees, don't worry. I want to put art somewhere, but I don't really have a good spot for it. What button am I forgetting? Okay, it's right mouse button to turn them. Okay. Actually, let's remove that one. We'll start here. For park benches facing into the crater. You do all these little things for all your little decor here. Wonder Town, have you seen the hole? There are towns like that in the world where they're like, have you seen the ravine? Like, no, I didn't. I didn't really realize the ravine was that important. It's like, oh yes, honey. You need to see the ravine. Alright, we could do one last thing here, and let's put some lights in there. Alright, so we got good stuff going on there. I wonder if there's something big I could put in here, like a spotlight or something. Because that'd be good. Not really. That's fine. What is that? Oh, park maintenance? Yeah. Pavilion. Little fountain. Teeter totters and that kind of stuff. Statue. That's fine. I think that's good for right now, and we just go here. That's not what I'm looking for here. All right. And we're filling that up with flame trees, just because I'm curious what that'll look like. That's fine. We'll just see what that looks like. All right. So yeah, the big thing is this isn't actually like a park as far as the game mechanics go. I don't actually. Let's see if we can do a park. Because that is one of the things that's always interesting. Because if I can make it like an actual legit park, that could be interesting. The big problem is usually they need to be connected to an actual road. Yeah, and it has to be connected to a real road, so I'm going to have to take like an actual road straight through here. And then put it on here and connect it, and then add like all the other amusement stuff and all there. Which maybe we do. For the moment, let's give it a second till reach daylight again. Another thing we need to do is we are ready to start moving some industrial jobs in here. Okay. We might just go surround the whole area with industrial buildings. Sorry, not industrial, office buildings. I want to mix those in as well, because if I start moving in office buildings, I'll need less and less of these kind of buildings. You do need some level of balance, but yeah. Oh, they're going to complain about that. Alright. Cool. So that should give us a whole bunch of office buildings. It'll be time to kind of wind down what we've got over there. Alright. And even though it doesn't matter, we can label as a park area. Yeah, so it won't matter because it's not actually a park. It doesn't have a front gate or anything. When you get close, those look good, but for any real distance, they don't look alright. It's fine. I want to have more stuff along here, probably. We'll see how that goes. Alright. We're also getting to the point that we'll start building larger buildings in the area. How is all our infrastructure going? Hopefully that's going well. Our power's going fine. Water's mostly fine. Got plenty of recycling centers. Medical's doing fine. Death care could be better, but I don't have access to what I need. Let's go to medical. I was trying to see what I could do to benefit things more. Because I could build a community pool. Oh, hey. That's on me. Cool. So we got our businesses showing around the Central Park, all that kind of good stuff. There we go. Alright, so how are we doing here? Campus information. We don't have nearly enough students or academic works. So right now the school is straight up burning money. It's like not even remotely supporting itself. That's because they just don't have enough students for it. Well, that's not what you want to see. Yeah, that's the only downside of building so many trees. Is just the way the game handles wildfires, expects way fewer trees. So it just burns down anything in them. And there's really not a whole lot you can do to counteract, because I already have a fire helicopters already going on. Like, you can see they can only save very little. Alright, come on. Alright, so gotta rebuild the buildings when they pop up. That's fine. So get all that going. Some of the things I'm going to do is I want to put in more housing in this area of some kind. We've got this is starting to expand and grow. Eventually I'm going to end up wanting to put bigger houses in here. But that always gets tricky because I'll want to change the style of houses. When I do that, it deletes all the houses there. So we certainly don't want to do that. So it ends up being a thing where I slowly switch the community from one to the other. Alright. Alright, just about got the park rebuilt. Just waiting for them to finish the lookout tower and we'll be good to go. Yeah, I do wish they made it so far as like putting out fires when they're in that situation. That worked a little bit better. Because those are the things that I know I can't really counter it, so I just have to know every N amount of time I'm going to end up rebuilding the entire park when it burns down. You just choose a rebuilding thing like I did there, and it's fine. Okay. They've got all that going. So I guess I could pop back here and do, like, more of the snaking kind of community. Oh, you weren't set the right thing. Alright. Yeah, so do something like that. Oh, you won't be able to get that close because that'll upset you because of the noise. And what is your noise range? You can just put an R1 down and see what it says. Okay, so everyone should be good out with that. Alright, so you see you got this big snaking path down here. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense yet. I apparently have a water line running through the middle of this whole thing. Sure. Let's pause and replace that line. Alright, so you're all connected down here. Yeah, that should all still be connected fine. Alright. So we're going to unpin everything. We're going to run the next water line down here. Alright. Okay, so this is low density right here at the moment. It'll probably be the last low density area we make. The rest of the areas are going to start building up to higher density. Before they start building, I need to make a zone for it. Or region, or whatever they call. Alright, so let's do that real fast. Go grab you. Large. Okay, so you're going to be set for the economic home or sustainable houses. You'll be IT cluster businesses when it comes to that. Neighborhood friendly ones. And no real industry to speak of in there. We're also going to go... That doesn't matter. The default style, we're going to do modern city center style for this one, which shouldn't make a whole... You know what, we'll actually that default. Policies. Okay. That's all fine. So you're going to go to one of our policies. We're going to turn on education boost. It does mean they'll put more time into teaching people. But the benefit of it on the other side by doing that is it tends to mean we have higher educated people, which usually means we have higher paying jobs. So that'll give us a bunch more people here. And I'm going to go in here and start filling in the trees over here. I've got a... Where was... I remember last time, I have that mod that's supposed to be a paintbrush for the trees. And I do not remember for the life of me where it was hidden. Because I remember it made all of this part really easy because you just like have this big circle, you could just drag it around through there. Drop the speed a little bit, honestly. Because I grabbed that mod again. I remember it was somewhere that was like a little obscure to find. Vertical farm. Okay. Okay. So we've got that building in. Once those start to properly build in, start messing with the terrain a little bit to make it a little bit more interesting so it's not just... that. So I'm going to add like the retention pond kind of thing that I've done in the past. So retention pond areas will have very few, if any, trees in it. That shouldn't matter anymore. Actually, that will matter. The whole city will shut down with that disconnected. Okay. Yeah, so let that grow in a little bit to give ourselves more people. They want us to have more commercial. I don't really have a good place for commercial here, do I? I'm trying to think of the best way to add some more commercial around here that isn't too terrible. Or I was very genuinely can go into some of these buildings and go, okay. Unzone you from little commercial, you're now high density commercial. Start switching stuff over little by little. Alright. The other thing I want to probably try and do with this... Okay, so we're going to make So I've got this giant Pleasant Hill zone that we built. We're gonna start trying to adjust that. So the Pleasant Hill zone should only matter for these houses here. Or Pleasant Heights, or Pleasure Heights, or whatever it's called. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slowly switch our zone over. Kind of block by block. So make a new zone over here real fast. Now, this one's going to be modern city center. And we're going to go in here. Free education boost, all that kind of stuff. We have a bunch of other good stuff here. City planning. Encourage biking. Alright, so we've got those kind of things going on. Then we also need to go down here. We're not going to have any industry to speak of, really. We're going to have the farmer's market kind of thing. We're going to make this a wall-to-wall office buildings, wall-to-wall residential, wall-to-wall commercial. So it's going to be very dense kind of things. But the plan is pretty straightforward. I'm going to go and take that zone. We're just going to scooch it right up against the edge here. And as we do, we're going to change it from low to high density. And watch the stuff starts to break. But I just kind of want to go block to block doing it. And the reason for that, if I just kind of swipe it across the whole thing, the entire city's economy collapses as the entire city tries to, like, bulldoze and rebuild itself in seconds. Which understandably does not work. I'm gonna make this entire length commercial here. All right. Okay, so one thing we need to do is we need to put some parks in here. Will that be bad for traffic? Yes. It will be terrible. But that's later me's problem. We'll add a botanical garden in here. A botanical garden in the middle of this neighborhood to help boost all that. We're doing fine. Elementary school, high school, and university. No more PoE? Nope, never. Absolutely never. How dare you bring it up? I mean, I was going to, but I mean, then it just kept coming up, so you know. It is what it is. What's going on, Subway? All right. And while I wait for that to continue to grow, let's start filling in trees to make this more natural, like the other area we have over there. At a population of 90,000, boat traffic was 60%. Yeah, it can be really tough. Had to make new. Oh, you can fix traffic even in really out of control size cities. It does take work though. Figuring out how you can route whatever your traffic points around different areas. Trying to make it so you don't have vehicles having to travel as far, that kind of stuff. Like, this city is not designed with the intention of already having, like, traffic solved. We are absolutely going to have a traffic nightmare eventually. Okay. Try to go more towards transportation. Yeah, you'll end up needing to like lean on varieties of public transportation, just like in real life. As your cities get larger and larger, you become more and more and more dependent on making sure you have a variety of different ways for people to travel through your areas. That if you don't depend entirely solely on roads, you're just not going to be able to manage it. Roads just don't scale as well as other transportation. Alright, so it's time to try and expand this. So like I said before, we're going to do this block by block, so you can go right over here. Tear this block out. Go to rezoning. So, I hate to say it to the people living here, but zoning has changed. You're no longer a nice, sustainable, you know, like, elegant kind of house. You're now high-density, stacked houses. Do you know about the glitch with weekly income? There are so many glitches to get yourself just any amount of money you want. Like, this is one of those games that there's so many ways to cheese it, it's not even worth mentioning there's so many. Like, you can do stuff like force people to go through parks for just ridiculous amount. The more money you have in the bank, the less weekly income you get. Interesting. I haven't built the bank yet. I probably should. I actually don't know when that becomes available. Just drop money in stocks and I get more income. Interesting. Yeah, so go from all our houses being these nice, environmentally sustainable houses here to jam them in as tight as you can. Pack them in, boys. The ritzy part of town is about to become the incredibly dense with people part of town. It's trying to remember the alright, so it was the banks were here. You had the small bank, the large bank, and the skyscraper bank. You hate cargo airports? You were talking about the airport mod. That was, or not mod, DLC. That was the one DLC I was like, I'm really disappointed in this one. Like, that DLC left me way disappointed. Oh, there we go, the stock exchange. You know what? Where do I want to put the stock exchange? Because I can't put it too close because of the noise. We're going to put the stock exchange across from the university. Put it next to a dump? I mean, my only dumps are way over here. Alright, so we then had investments. Purchasable investments. We have death care services. We have greasy gasoline, generic industry. Yeah, I forgot we can, like, actually abuse these. I forgot that was a whole thing, that you can, there was a bug that I remember was someone was pointing out that you could sit there and have, like, the whole area. I can't remember what it was. You could, like, zone it, like, generic industry. And you would unzone everything, and then you choose to accept it, and you'd rezone it. And you could do it so you like literally flip it instantly, so the game wouldn't even recognize that's, you know, a change that occurred. But the stock would flip back and forth super hard. I was trying to remember. I thought I'd give you a weekly breakdown. Yay, small city. We can now get ourselves a train. We have trains, cable cars. We have lots of train stuff. We have lots of that kind of thing. Oh, good. The campus is actually technically profitable now. Alright, so with that, we get our train, though. Which would be good. So go ahead and choose train. Elevated train station. Elevated train station for citizens, tourists to use when traveling the city. Place train stations, connect them to train tracks, outside connections. We have the cargo train. We have just a regular train station. That's really noisy, actually. All right. So it's an elevated train station to bring people into town. We will go ahead and over here. Directly across from there, we'll add snap. Why are you trying to float? Alright, so that way they have a way if they want, they can take the train into town and go straight over to the university. We're also going to have more public transportation coming in by the way of a metro. So directly next to our train station, underneath the ground, we'll have a metro. Alright, that's not super great. So the island, I can't quite get it to play nice. I might be able to get to play nice if we do something like this. It's kind of what I was expecting, is if I turn it sideways, I get to fit there. Alright, so we've got the metro there. Now challenge is finding a good place to shove it in here. I believe this whole area is commercial here, so I might be able to put it up in one of these areas here, and maybe it works. It's definitely going to bleed over in the neighborhoods. I have to make some of that not residential anymore. Alright, so we've got that. The big ones I need is put a metro stop all the way over there. And I'll have to get rid of homes around here. These homes around here will have to change. We'll probably rezone them. With the metro line now. And go from here. Alright, so right now we got a metro line that we could do that. And you got a metro line. That big thing you gotta watch out for is just right over here. The noise pollution is gonna upset a bunch of these people, so we just need to figure out where we gotta deal with that. Okay. So I've got that block done. Now I can go here, unzone them, and rezone them. Slowly increasing the population of the area. And I go down here, we have all our trees, and start filling this in more. Try and slowly build this up. But like I said, the downside is the forest fires get way out of hand. It is a thing I wish worked different. But it could be that, realistically, do these style ones that have to take a mod to just change forest fires because it just doesn't plan for this style housing, but it's whatever. Alright. Yeah, I can see I'm slowly, like, bringing the forest out so it does look more and more authentic. When you zoom out with these businesses, it almost looks like this outside line of offices is actually like a fort wall. You know, it's got gaps in it or whatever, but... Investment gains until next month. Manage investments. Alright. The very legit business. Excellent. And almost all these things are tied to different in-game mechanics. So as you invest in companies and all that, your money does go up or down with this kind of thing. Alright, so power is actually starting to get kind of dicey. So you need to build a second power plant. That's fine. Yeah, not enough educated workers. We are working on that. How's our schools doing? We need a additional elementary school. Now put that across from the botanical gardens. So that'll help a great deal. Alright, we're starting to get a bunch of trains in. You just notice the other neighborhood looks like E.T. Talking about this one? I can sort of see it. Like if somehow E.T. like folded his head way up. Like there's back, like a slouching spine there kind of thing. Alright. Okay, we officially hit the point that the traffic cannot handle what we're doing here. I was already planning on moving this industry someplace else. So that's fine. That'll help out that because we'll have less cars coming in from the side here. We already got cars going that way too. That'll probably be our first win, is to get this industry out of here. So that we're not, like, reducing the number of ways you can go through this intersection. That's help traffic a little bit. And getting this, like, honestly, let's just probably get rid of that industry and we'll have all the industry over here. And get a metro connection over there. Alright, so it's that time again.
Thank you for Diker for subscribing for 15 months.
Thank you, Vodika, for the T1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 15 months, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a lot. You've been subbed to the channel for 12 months. That's a year and well, it's a year and 3 months. That's how that works. I can numbers, I promise. I do hope you've been enjoying your time, and I thank you so much for that continued support. I hope you're enjoying your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that continued support. All right, meanwhile, let's go here. And this time we're going to do a checkered zone. Then go here. I'm going to say, grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you. Put a little bit of commercial in there with it since we're needing a little bit more commercial, and we're just slowly taking that over. Like I said, pretty soon we're going to start hitting limits on this location. Doesn't look like it yet, but pretty soon we'll end up hitting limits where this can't handle it. So the problem is we do just need more educated employees, which I am actively working on. Alright, that's telling me our power's on its edge there, because yeah, we're in the danger zone in power. I just need to save up my money and get another power plant. Okay. It's got about 300-ish people coming in from the train station. And then we have the metro line here. Well, that's interesting. Why would I not just choose the highest capacity one? Alright, so it looks like we got the middle stop right here. That one's getting slammed, and that's the one over here. No surprise about that. That's where this big residential area is connected to that industry. So yeah, looking at this, I've got this stop over here is getting slammed right by the university, and then this residential. So that's probably people going to and from university. Alright, so put 4 vehicles on the tracks. Hey, She-Wolf, how's it going? So we got 5 vehicles going in the tracks to try and keep up with the amount of people who want to ride our metro. So that's good times. We are now ready to expand our power grid. Alright, so it's all too steep over there. I'm trying to put the power grid stuff so it's not in the same place. That way, because I've had runs where I put all of my infrastructure in one place and then that spot gets hit with some terrible disaster. And suddenly my entire city is on its knees because all of the power shuts down. The university's area has its own power plant. Grind Yellow Fort, nice. I still haven't played it yet. Just the price has been a bit much for me. Alright, so we're getting to the point that this is actually not getting enough water because it's not far enough in there. So that should help a little bit. Switch to water towers? Oh, I disconnected. I can switch to water towers. Usually the water pumps work perfectly fine for... Like, fine, right? It's just this one particular area is a bit shallow, so I need to not have them all right here. If I put them in this middle island a bit more, it'll be a lot better. Alright, we're also down here dealing with the water treatment stuff. Alright, dump more out here. Yeah, so I think we'll do... But actually, probably let's just do it now. Let's not hold off. So let's connect this across. Put you on this side. You on this side. And you on that side. And get power run over. So you've got... Alright. So this way they're not all pumping from the same spot. So it's 2 of them hitting this spot, 1 of them hitting over there. If it does end up being a problem, we just shift them out a little bit farther. The big thing that we got to worry about is to make sure we never have this river going the other direction, because the water physics in this game are not realistic at all. The way the water actually works in this game is there's areas where the water just kind of generates from a point. So like there would be a spot like right here that water just kind of emits from in all directions. So as you can see, weirdly, I have those 2 water pumps individually seriously completely clear out that entire river. That's not how this works. I mean, I can still work around it if it's actually a problem, but... Okay, it's just water physics being weird. Yeah, no, the water there, it's like recovering. It's just because it pulled all at once. Yeah, the water physics in this weird get real wonky. What I haven't done in a while, and I don't know if it still works, is there was always a thing you could do where you could make like a giant volcano kind of thing. where you put water in the top of it, and then just surround it with hydroelectric dams the whole way down. And you could actually make it net positive in power. So you'd have like an infinite power machine where it just continuously like pump the water up the top and it would spiral down and make you more power that requires to pump. There was all sorts of like fascinating, really ridiculous nonsense you could do. It's unnecessary because like nowadays, like power, you just do the geothermal and you're good. The geothermal's like super, you know, support and all that. Yeah, so it looks like the water stabilized and we're good again. Okay. Alright. So it's just about time to switch zone a couple more buildings. As we slowly convert this area to being a dense grid back here. That'll be residential only. Oh good. Our power plant is on fire. Please put that out. Yeah, so traffic's getting backed up, but not horrendously bad. But we definitely are, like, there's the services we have over here we want to move. Let's grab one of the recycling center vehicle places and put it over here. Get those garbage trucks not going through there. Grab the other one. Put it there. We'll distribute those a little bit. And we can go here. Yeah, so now I just have the landfill. They're just basically trying to cut down the number of vehicles coming from this side. Because the more vehicles they have coming from this side, the more this is going to gridlock. Versus if I can fully get rid of that, then this should be much smoother. Alright, we're having our death wave popping in here. Speaking of which, I've been expecting you to complain about noise and having noise problems. But you seem fine, so I live with that. How is our metro doing? Okay, so we're now actually keeping up with the metro line entirely. Before it had hundreds of people backing up on it. So that's good. So the kind of thing I want to do is I've got this connection over here to the highway. And then up here-ish I've got a rail connection. So I want to go ahead and make a direct highway access that you can use the highway access to get trucks in and out. And then we will use the metro line to get here so that anyone who works here won't want to take their cars. Like, it just won't be a thing that I'd really desire to do. But that's going to be a little bit easier said than done. We did zone these for the different types of materials at them. These are renewable, this is not. So I kind of want to hit the non-renewable first and just wipe it out. But first, all of this would have to go, and I don't think that's realistic right now. Let's see. Yes, this is ore here. We have farm here. Oh, that's not ore, that's oil. And the little island in the middle has oil. Interesting. Alright, well I guess we start with farm. Because we got farm and forestry over here. So let's first plan to have a fairly significant industrial road. just run the industrial road right through here in the middle. And get that hooked up to the highway. Do I just want to use an existing intersection? I'd probably make this work. I'd probably make it work. We've got plenty of money to mess up with, so... Alright, so that's about the best we're going to get from that. Let's see, 4 lanes going one direction. I believe those are 3 lanes going one direction. I know these roads don't have the sound barriers. I don't care. I'm going to put in the sound barriers. Alright, so with that, I actually have the highway here. That gives us a good solid connection here, but that's fine. What we're going to do is I don't actually care if I end up like bisecting the forest area or anything like that. And the reason I don't really care about that kind of thing is forests with the biomes, you can just make another one. Alright, so let's go ahead and we'll have this pop down to... Can I make it a 4-lane highway both directions? Four-lane, 2-way. Alright, so let's see if we can make this work. So the issue we have here is I have these two effectively ramps. I want to connect them. Oh yeah, that won't be a nightmare at all. That'll definitely work the way it looks like it's going right now. Certainly not have any problems. I fully expect that to have all sorts of nightmarish problems. But we can worry about that when we get there. So the next thing I want to do is let's pop over here. Get our industrial road. Because we'll have that scooch right along here. I wonder if we can just butt that into that if they'll even work. It might work and it might have all sorts of problems. For right now, I'm just going to butt into it because I don't expect a huge amount of traffic for a long time. So we'll just smash that in there and see what comes apart. Okay, in the meantime, we are just going to have to do... totally janked up wire line where we just cut across the terrain and say it's good enough. And now we go to industry, go to farm. The main farm building right here at the intersection since nothing actually goes to it. Cool. Alright, so you got a bunch of those. Put a couple animal pastures. Some small grain silos. And that's a start. Now I just need a power line that goes across here. Let's assume those buildings are going away, so... Oh, right, and the metro connection. So if you want a, you want to be able to work in this, you gotta get your metro connection going on. And make sure you're, Alright, that's what I was afraid of. Alright, for now you're just gonna have to drive. So, hate to be you all, but what we'll end up doing is we'll get a metro connection going across for there. When we get the metro connection going over there, we'll have a lot of the vehicles will stop being on this road. They'll start being over here. We can start building up our industry over here. Shut this down, shut that down. What are you complaining about not having? You can have Highland cows, pigs, or sheep. Alright. Yeah, this came a little bit short on the metro connection. That's fine, we'll get there. Hi.
Yum, 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 yum.
Yeah.
I like going nom. What? Oh, you're putting
I
it
just
down,
put it
right?
down there. Yeah, let me just put this over here because it's kind of on the edge table.
Hi, Dark Strider.
So, does that look like it was a bad time?
Yes. But what are those flowers in there?
They're supposed...
Oh,
Yeah, they're trees.
oh, it looks nice now.
Yep. But yeah, I know it was, this was 2 city blocks.
Uh-huh.
And then nature decided I didn't get to have it anymore.
Yeah, nature's me. Nature's all like, I'm gonna drop a crater, I'm gonna make tsunamis, I'm gonna make earthquakes.
I'm starting to make Lizzie's... Tomb's favorites.
Farms?
Yes. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
I guess I'll make one of them not be cows.
I like cows. They go moo.
Yep, they go moo.
Yeah.
She's unfortunately already gone. Oh, that's lovely. An entire residential area is on fire. Actually, is that commercial? Yeah, it's commercial. Never mind. It's fine. Okay. I want Little Guardsman to be out. I also want Starfield to be out. And I also want so many other games to be out. And I don't want them to rush, so it's fine. But I also want them to be out. If they could just not rush, but also finish early, that'd be great. That's not how it works, and I know it's not how it works. But, you know, I want it to work that way. Alright, so can I put any sports things in? Yeah, so we can put a basketball and aquatic center. Alright, so let's see if we can't connect to this other metro line. This will probably greatly increase the amount of people that's going through the metro line. Alright, let's just adjust this, not be totally jank. There we go. So with that, we can go here. Drag this stop all the way down there. And that stops going both way. Alright. So we just extended the metro line a considerable amount. This should mean people will almost be... Like, we'll be a while, but we should see almost... Could you keep it down? I'm trying to talk. Could you... Hey. Look, that's rude. And sheep. Oh, I don't know when they changed that. You didn't used to be able to choose what they are. So we have pears. Just greenhouse. Oranges. Wheat. I don't know if it does anything at all, but it is interesting. Alright, so that's needlessly much. Alright. We've got them. What did I see earlier? Did I see that there was a boat route that we could use here? There is. That I can actually hook up to a boat route. So we have ships. We have a ferry depot, a ferry stop, a ferry pier. Alright. So that'll be good to get all that set up. Hey, Belzong! How's it going? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Give me just a moment. And it says you were recently playing some Grounded, Devour, and Homebody. If any of those games interest you, that might be a place to go find it. How was your stream? And I do hope you had yourself a good stream. But welcome in, Raiders. Hi, I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. I've been 135,121 zombies killed and 1 life on hard and apocalypse settings with no mods that change itemization or vehicles. That record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a variety of games, including roguelikes, tycoon, city builder, settlement builders, survival, among many other types. And if that sounds good, maybe drop a file. That way we can find our way back here in the future. But it's going pretty good. Alright, so we got passengers on this. Let's check the line overview. So our metro line. Lines overview, that's not what I'm looking at. Alright, so we are doing a pretty good job with the metro. It is carrying 100-something passengers, but it does seem to be doing a pretty good job at keeping none of the stops from getting overwhelmed. This stop gets pretty busy, but we are managing. Alright. Let's go over here and start getting this next block sorted out. So pause real fast while I cut across here. I'm right for more commercials, so what I'm going to do here is de-zone that. Alright. And it'll be a mixed zone. Oh, not those. I want the high density. I'm going to make this thing not be able to support everything I'm putting into it and run to all sorts of pain trying to make it work anyways. It'll be great. So our city's coming along really well. We've got our nice area here that looks like an actual type of city you might see in the real world. Man, the number of pedestrians in this town? Holy... I mean, I get the metro's down there, but this street here is straight up just unmanageable number of pedestrians. Speaking of which, I was going to go here, turn that on. We probably need to get the recycling stuff going. Encourage bike riding, because that'll help a lot. High-tech housing will also be beneficial. And just listen to all those houses ping as they upgrade. Upgrades for everyone. Might get sick people from the heavy... Sorry. It looks like it's, done. So, the heavy noise? You're saying noise. Like, this is the only one I'm worried about. Well, I mean, actually, this should get better soon. This here, because I'm going to be getting rid of this industrial area over here. And this industrial here. Generally speaking, we don't have too much in the way of problems here. It's this road here is backing up. And then, as always, the entrance here. But that's the whole reason why we've got our industry just moving over to this side of town. On the section just rezoned. Oh, no, I have it set to... If we look at our zoning here, the commercial is the... Where is it? Oh. We'll see. I haven't had problems with that in the past. The only time I've had problems is when I do leisure or tourism. Those ones I've had noise pollution with the commercial in the past. The stacked I haven't, honestly. If we do, I can start separating it out and all that. Oh, good. It's time for another forest fire I can't manage. Cool. I do have the fire helicopters, but with the way I pack in the trees to make this look nice, it's impossible to stop it. The game just wasn't built with this kind of a density of trees in mind. Like this is a full-blown forest for City Skylines default, where it looks all plasticky between them all. Versus this is what I've set up, and that's even then, like if we look over here, I've made the trees even denser over there. It just looks way better. Yeah, I think that's honestly just aesthetic. Like this here is just 100% aesthetic. So that's this cotton, wheat, greenhouse, potatoes. That's all fine. What we'll probably want to do is put like industrial zones on this side that are for those. So let's go here. We'll want to grab the large zone icon. We'll just go like this real fast. We don't really care about most of it other than farming. Because that'll also use some of their resources right here. Which I'd also like to go here. Set up a fishing harbor. I don't know if I will be able to, though. There's just not enough water here. I might have to like make a man-made lake just to facilitate that, because I do want to actually go, or I can actually put it up by the university at this spot where I'm dumping all the pollution, and that'll certainly help with the fish. Yeah, it'd be great for the fish farming over here. No question about that. I'm being very sarcastic if that wasn't obvious. Just rebuilding everything we can. Just with unfortunate consequences of the way these parks work and all that. The fire trucks can't reach it because there's not technically roads. So just every once in a while we have the whole thing burned down. Alright, so they're officially reaching the point. They're getting noise pollution problems along here. So we're converting those to commercial. Yeah, so we're still hurting on workers. That's the whole thing. Alright, we can go here, zone, and we'll de-zone these ones. That'll be residential only. Okay, and we're still making good progress so far as building all that up. I think we're officially just getting to the point that there's so much traffic here that it's just too much for the residentials. It's all these trucks just moving up these highways. We're also in the middle of a death wave going on here because of just the nature of our growth has been out of control. So we got the cemetery up here is full. Got another one over here somewhere, over there. It's getting pretty full. Got one down here. It's doing okay. Oh, we're getting pretty close to the point that we'll be able to finally get our crematorium, and then we can start processing out all the people from the cemeteries. And mostly just, you know, process the bodies without having to make giant graveyards. Alright. It also might be time to start messing with tolls to try and push more people into not taking their cars around. Because I could, like, if I get a little bit more space, I could set up a toll on this road. And again, the idea is to convince people they don't want to drive their cars and instead want to use whatever public transportation we get them to take. Alright, so we got more zones having problems, again, because of the semis. And that's all traffic. I probably could also upgrade those roads to fix a lot of those problems. Alright, what I could do is I can start building the lumber industry on the other side of the road. And this is lumber industry here, so I could literally just build it over here and tear that down. And that should go a good ways towards helping our traffic problems. Okay, we've already got the industry set up over here. We do. I'm on the regular zone to go here as well. That way I can go up here and say, you will be, that's not what I'm looking for, you will be forestry. Alright, so we got sawmills and all that stuff. We can deal with that in just a moment. Right. There, we got a bunch of stuff making that over there. We build a sawmill on the other side of the road because it doesn't actually need the wood from that. We have our storage. Alright, so we've got all that set up. So now I can take you. Put the rest of the industry over here on this side. And then with that, you're shut down. I don't see your junk here anymore. Get it out of my sight. Okay, so the power should still remain hooked up. And the reason we're doing that is I'm just trying to avoid routing any more traffic through this main pipe as possible. So by going, like, getting rid of all the industry over here and then moving it over there, they could take the metro out here. And then that metro should be enough to get between them. I guess I should probably put a second metro stop, shouldn't I? Alright. Cool. I just expanded our metro to cover another set of businesses. And this will slowly end up building up more and more traffic, which is totally fine. But we're taking all of our industrial traffic and trying to get it off of this area. And speaking of which, let's actually start doing that over here as well. Not gonna fully eliminate that yet. Cool, so we got that would be the farm area. Get rid of that. So then you're gonna see a stadium district. What is gonna happen is eventually I'm going to be building like the stadium, everything at the university. Alright, so let's go back to farming. Investment more. The requirement for the generic industry investment is not met. Change this within the next 7 days to be able to keep the investment. That's fine. You talking about pro stadiums? Okay, I mean, right now I'm worrying about the university kind of thing. Alright, so there's the barracks. So we have the flour mill. And the cattle shed. And a pair of small barns. Alright, so it's expanding more. Alright, once this is empty, then it will get rid of that. Alright, 7% there. Like I said, when I get rid of that, that should alleviate some of this traffic. It will lead a bunch of this traffic. We're still going through a death wave right now. We're making good progress on trying to handle it, though. It's just been growing too fast. 7, that's a pain point. You still need more workers. That's fine. More workers you shall have. Alright, so we can go here. This will be just one type of building, that district. Cool. How's our stuff going? Power is fine. Water's alright. Let's check our trash. Trash is fine. Medical's doing fine. We don't have access to the crematorium yet. Fire is not amazing. Actually, we should probably put a fire department down here. Just like almost for exclusively down here. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Not gonna worry about the police department right now. Alright, so we got a basketball and an aquatic center. Can we shove that in there? It's really hard to see anything with the way this is highlighting. Alright, so the problem we're going to run into with this is I need room for it. Because it is huge. The aquatic center is not a whole lot better either. And to this side, I got a whole bunch of recycling centers. And my train connection's over here as well. So we probably want to try and get those up here somewhere. It could even be that when I get this next piece of land, we put those on here so it's got a direct train hookup, direct metro hookup. Oh, you need power. Okay. We're starting to get lots of industrial trucks on here. Eventually we'll make stuff more smart about it where we'll have it like one way, kind of going around this way so it does a loop, so there shouldn't be as much cross traffic. We can worry about that when we get there. Switching roads from not one way to one way is usually not that painful of a process. Alright. Let's deal with this. Alright, so that should help that a little bit. So I'm hoping to try and give priority to this road. Alright, so let's go over here. The basic roads. That's the 4-laner. Can I get a 4-laner with any trees? No. That's fine. So you get a 4-lane road. We're going to upgrade some of these roads down here.
The Coast Guard is warning of a tsunami approaching the area. Residents should avoid roads and waterfronts.
Alright, evacuate everyone.
A tsunami has struck the city. Take caution and avoid roads and waterfronts until the water recedes.
Like, really? I'm getting a tsunami from the river? Okay. So while the tsunami's going on, we're going to be financially just nosediving. Tsunamis are, in my opinion, the worst disaster by a very large margin. Because if you evacuate everyone, it takes forever for everything to go by. So your city shuts off for that whole time. If you don't evacuate everyone, a whole bunch of people die. So it's kind of either way, it's real bad. For stuff like earthquakes and all that, you can just evacuate the one spot they're going to hit. Is that really all it's going to be? Like, the medical school is kind of in the water. It actually seems like this is very mild. I'm just gonna let the city turn itself back on. Like, I was expecting something way worse, because usually when you get a tsunami, it just, like, ripples across your whole city and just, like, half your buildings are gone. But that's just kind of like a little blub. When did the second generation of this game come out? I believe it's this fall. I want to say it was September. Is I believe what they had announced.
The tsunami has struck the city. Take caution and avoid roads and waterfronts until the water recedes.
Alright, so you are getting flooding right along the shore. Doesn't seem like it's too bad, though. Let's go and get, where are you? There are trucks you can get that, there it is. Pumping service. So it's trucks that you can get that they will drive around the city. Any place that water is collected. And they'll collect it and put it in with the rest of your water kind of thing. So it's a really good system for, like, when you have this kind of stuff where it's just got like little bits of water kind of going up on the edges here. They clear it out real fast. Or like where this power plant is having problems because of the water building up there, they'll go around and clear that out too. Okay, so we are getting noise pollution here. That was brought up as a possibility, and it is. So we will just do that. You're going to be all there. Surprisingly, you aren't having a problem. So what we could do here is for our next block, and grab you, de-zone you, do the thing where you start converting this zone over. And so for this zone, we put some industry along there. Let's see if I make all this commercial, if it'll be fine. If it does bleed across that side, we'll just end up having to do the thing where you put like some offices as a buffer, and then, you know, go residential on the other side.
The tsunami has struck the city. Take caution and avoid roads and waterfronts until the water recedes.
Yeah, so the wave is working its way across. It's just not that bad for most of it. Alright, you're right about to be emptied. And once they're emptied, this will be done. That'll be it for this thing, and it won't be contributing to the traffic anymore. And then we get rid of all this industry here. I'll convert what little bit of industry was down here to commercial. That should alleviate a huge amount of traffic because this will stop being a four-way intersection. Okay. Yeah, so all this is cleared. We just got a little bit of the ripple of the higher water around here. How's our water direction going? Is everything still moving the way it's supposed to be moving? Yes. Barely. Alright. Not enough customers. We're working on that. It's so close. We're like literally just waiting for these garbage trucks to get out of here. And part of the reason this is backing up is because I've given priority to this area draining. That's also why that's backing up. Because if I can get this dealt with, it'll help way more. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to get resolved. And how is our metro line doing now? Alright, we don't have any stops that are currently... Well, actually, I take that back. It's the first stop over here that ends up building up the most. That's effectively like the university stop. Or should say the train stop. And I got a couple of these stops that do build up quite a bit, but it seems to be we're managing it pretty well so far. I'm ready for it to stop complaining about the tsunami. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and do another block of just residential. Because we just need more workers. How are our schools doing now? We need more in the way of elementary and high school. And it looks like elementary's up here. That we could use a second one. I'm gonna shove one right there. And then the high school, same deal. Wait, really? I've already got 2 high schools? Oh no, that's not really good. So we have just the 1 high school. It looks like it's just not adequate enough for this. So shove that one down there. That'll help out with all this. And then the university has way more capacity than we're using, so I don't gotta worry about that. You have public libraries there and there. Alright. Okay. Let's see. Advanced automation robots and other automated systems make production faster and more accurate. Increase production output. Increase building upkeep. Yup. Improve worker safety and supervision. Improved logistics. Increase the storage capacity of extractor and processing building by 20%. Sure. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do all that stuff. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do all that stuff. I'd like to close this, please. Thank you. Don't light a flat match at a flour mill. Yeah. It's not making them cost more. They're going to have a reduced profit. But they should be able to, like, the farm right now is profitable. The forestry center right now is not profitable, but we should be able to get there. Yeah, it looks like we're still trying to get more workers, which is fine. This whole thing is literally nothing but garbage trucks. Okay. Just the amount of people who use that subway. Whomp, all the fire. Not seeing a giant fire again at the moment. Yeah, we'll have more fire. Don't worry, it's coming. Alright, it's time for the next block to be upgraded. Alright, meanwhile, let's take a quick peek down here. Alright, so you are maxing out the high cargo the small pedestrian area service. So we need to actually go and replace that, which I figured was coming. But you know, it's fine. Where was the thing I was looking? Alright. Small cargo, small trash. Why is it being this way? There we go. I don't get really why it's not letting me connect it to this other road. There it goes. Alright, so now I go here, pedestrian walk area. And we'll go over here to you. Your walkways. And we can go ahead and just clear out the zoning there. Alright. Yeah, so we got all this zoning here. We'll just go over here and do this. And this, and this. And clear that out. Okay, oh, your power connection got severed. Let's not have that. Get rid of that cable. A good chunk of this one. Actually, we can get rid of this whole cable now. So fix that. And there. And you. And you. And you. Cool. So the problem was we were being maxed out with this. That we weren't able to continue to get all the trash and all that kind of out there. So we're fixing that up. So now it should be able to support a much larger area. How are we doing here? Pleasant Heights has 2,500 people. Cool, cool. The entertainment value per cell could be way higher. The overall happiness people is really good. Oh, we have landmark. Residential zone landmark. Pedestrian area must have more than that. Alright. Yeah, so basically it's saying I do not have enough entertainment in here. Alright, so let's pop down over here. Food truck. Ice cream. Yeah, so this does seem like it's a problem. Yep, not enough entertainment. Yep, we're fixing it. Have they not seen the hole? I know. We'll get them there, don't worry. Enlarged Fountain Plaza, we can put that right there, and we'll leave that alone for a little bit. Because we don't want to go too much on it. So I want to get the land value up, because the more this is up, the more money we get. At the same time, the more maintenance costs I have. It is those things you got to be careful of. Alright, so not enough educated workers. We're working on it. How are we doing with our school? We do have enough schools for pretty much everything. Okay. The city's been going really well so far. Just continue to try and expand this, like, foresty area to make it look good. We're just gonna run right up against the urban sprawl we got going on over there. Alright, get some of the houses wedged, or some of the trees wedged in these houses. Okay, it's much better. Meanwhile, I got all this stuff producing over here. The forestry is slowly turning towards becoming profitable. This is profitable. It's actually right around the point to gaining another level. It's still hurting on workers. It's pretty much the problem we've got right now, is I need more workers. Alright, so let's grab you. Which is the reason I'm going over here and just, like, urban sprawling this again and again. Just gonna keep people going on the metro. Man, how are you not empty? Let's see. Apply stop signs to connected roads. Applies yield sign to connected roads. Applies all traffic rules for high priority road, customizable in options. Okay, so it's high priority roads, so we're going to let all those vehicles through. And then we'll be able to sneak stuff through the other way. Yeah, so that's really helping the cars get through on this one. And also this one, so that's probably a good move. It'll back these up, but I mean, I don't really care. This is about to be cleared out anyways. Alright. Alright. So we're not going to worry about too much more there until we get our worker situation under control. Hey, Anemone Rose, give me a moment. I'll get you a shout out. Sorry for the screen panning. It is just how it works. So it looks like you were playing some... it's not telling me specifically what you're playing, but it says Astro Colony, Rimworld, and Hades were recently. So, if any of those are your jam, you can definitely check out Anemone Rose. Fantastic content, worth checking out and dropping a follow and all that good stuff. But yeah, so welcome in, Raiders, and I do hope you had a good stream. And how was your stream, by the way? It's very late and sudden and short. It happens. You're playing Astro Colony. It's like Rift or RFT and Satisfactory in space. Yeah, I played Astro Colony before. It reminds me a lot of Space Engineers. It seems like a pretty good game. I played a very early build when I played it. So it had some kind of rough spots when I played it. It's like Raft. Okay. I'd say we could have gone that direction. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid. So, I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed. With harder than apocalypse settings and 0 mods to change itemization or vehicles. So that was what I was known for. That said, I do play a variety of games, including roguelikes, roguelites, tycoon, city builders, settlement builders, survival, among other things. So if any of that sounds really like jam, you know, drop follow and hang out and all that good stuff. Breaking your brains, the tutorial really just thrusts you into it, but you get hang of it. Yeah. No, that's the same thing. Like I was fortunate enough that I had played Space Engineers beforehand. And unless something changed dramatically since I played, like I said, I played a very early build and I haven't gotten around back to it. Like I had fun with it. It was just, you know, hadn't gone back to it. There's not a second part. But what ended up happening with that was, it's very like Space Engineers in a lot of ways. Not an exact copy or anything. So as such, like, even though I didn't know specifically like, how to put what where, I had the general idea of how things would typically work. Because I played a couple of games. Like, played Dual Universe and Space Engineers were similar. I would say it's way more Space Engineers than Dual Universe, though. They're all good games. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right, and at the moment, we're working on this city I've got going on. I like your city. I recently got into City Skylines too. Yeah, so I try and I don't do like any of the meta strategies on my cities and all that. I try to make my cities very authentic and realistic. So like if I go down here and zoom in so you don't see the rest of the background of City Skylines, this looks like a real city. Like this genuinely looks like a real city. You know, kind of not quite rural, but not super duper densely populated. And then if we go over here, then we've got like the kind of downtown Boston, like really like also looks like a very authentic city. But you know, a city that's got money. But you know, like urban sprawl. So super walkable city. That's the reason why like this one's all like gridlock and all that. Versus this one is like way more what you'd actually kind of see in a lot of, not like, again, small-ish town areas. And this is like, if you're talking suburbia, especially like Florida suburbia. This is the kind of nonsense you'd see. Now, granted, if it was Florida suburbia, you'd have retention ponds everywhere, because those are very important to us. I also have a bunch of mods loaded, and one of my mods lets me put way more trees than you're normally allowed to. And so it looks really good with all the extra trees because it looks more like a place versus this plasticky ground you normally see. The downside is when a forest fire stops, the game was not designed with this many trees in mind. So there's just no stopping forest fires. You accept the forest is going to burn. You have tree brush? I have the tree brush too as a mod, and I don't know what happened. Like, I have the mod loaded. It's here, but I don't seem to have the thing to actually make it do. And I should just look it up and figure it out, but I'm also very stubborn. Those are all not necessary anymore. They were once. Yeah, because I go into my options. It's not there. I don't even remember where it is. Okay. Oh yeah, and so we had our first meteor strike. I always make my first meteor strike into a park. Yes, that was actually part of the town at the time that it struck, so it did basically wipe out 2 blocks of houses. That's fine. So that's Crater Park. I've done all sorts of different designs, but it was a pretty solid strike. That's a pretty big hole. We also have over here the university we've got going on. The theme behind this is that it's going to be a university town. We're going to let this university grow and slowly expand. I think I'm going to put all my stadiums and that up here and take advantage of this train line to try and bring in tourists and all that. And then along here I'll have the boat line. And then we'll just silently judge everyone who comes in by car. But not silently judge because they're, they're cars. I don't have a problem with cars, but in City Skylines, traffic is one of the ways you end up... Why? Oh, good. Okay, so that's done. So I can get rid of this, and we can de-zone all of these, because I'm getting rid of this industrial area entirely. Because this was where our starting industry was. But now it's less vehicles on that intersection, which is good. And then this industry is gone. That industry is gone. It's all commercial. That's because we shut down all the industry here, and it's moving out here. This is going to be our industrial park over here. I've got metro connections here, so that all the trucks go in and out of the highway. They do not go through the rest of the city. And if you want to be out there, you get to go and take the metro. You were struggling in the early game. You're too impatient. Oh yeah, you can financially wipe yourself out early game. Alright, so you got some people here who are getting upset about the noise. So I have an easy solution for that problem. If you complain about the noise, you lose your home. And we'll make it something else. Honestly, we'll make this offices. Okay, so I made this a major highway to fix that, but now that's backing up. Are you complaining? I saw someone complain there for a second. Alright, so let's... Hey, it looks like our farm became level 3. Let's go here. Let's see. Turn off all special rules on that and just let it go do its thing for a little bit. You've got trash needing to be picked up here. How is our trash stuff? It's fine. I guess technically it might not be the worst idea to put a singular recycling center right here. Meanwhile, let's go over here and see what we can do with this. Has our industry expanded here? And see what we can do with this, which is we go here. We have medium crops. Alright, so I think I am at the point where we go like this. We go medium roads. We have industrial roads. And it'll go like this. Let's use, you inspired a friend of yours to start playing this, and he was messing with the traffic lights. It was a little like, oh crap, I didn't know that was the thing. Turns out the city had almost no traffic lights anyways. So generally in vanilla, you don't mess with them too much. You'll end up getting yourself in trouble. I do have a mod that messes with them. More often than not, if you put any like real effort into the traffic lights, it ends up biting you more in the butt. Because the moment that your traffic patterns change, you have to like fix it all. Even with the mod, it's one of those things you have to be very careful about how you mess with it. Alright, so we got 3 more fields over here. Hook you all up. Let's see. Want to make sure they didn't. And then put a few stop signs in small streets, trying to streets. Yeah. There's lots of things you can do with helping that. I need to do more of that in this city. I haven't really been messing with any of it. So I got the flour mill. I've got the cattle shed. I do not have you. Okay, so I get all that going. Busy, most of my city has walking paths, so yeah. I do try and do the walking paths as much as possible. Alright, looks like we're getting into a death wave because I'm growing my city too fast, so people age out too fast. But yeah, like I have walking paths too. Let's see if I can actually show you where they are. Because we got like these areas here, and usually a lot of the areas where I have like schools and all, I have walking past that. But I might do all sorts of interesting aesthetics to a bunch of my city, so it's kind of hard to navigate sometimes. Yeah, don't mind the fire. It just goes over there with the rest of the fire. Okay, we fixed the highway priority. We're getting back up here, but it's not as bad because we got rid of the side chute. I don't want to have all the vehicles for the highway go up this way. All of our industrial stuff should be routing around over here now. There isn't another route for them to take, which is good. Power's fine, water's fine, garbage is fine, medical seems to be doing alright, fire's doing okay. Fire could definitely be improved on. It always bothered me how little range we get with the fire thing, because like this is the fire headquarters here. It is a fire headquarters, right? No, that's a fire station. Why did I put a fire station there? Alright, well with that, what we're going to do is, you're gone, fire station. I need bigger. You're not adequate for the size of the city now. Alright. And meanwhile, we'll continue on our quest of growth. So this block is gone. You're now dense residential. And we bring this in here. Because I'm in the progress of converting this this walkable area into a higher density area. Been a long time coming. Alright, so our high schools and our middle schools are barely holding on. Our university has way more than enough students able to be here. How are you doing, by the way, school? You had students. You need another academic work. Sure. I will give you a loan. Make me some academic works. Meanwhile, is there any investments we want to get? You can abuse these investments in a big way, by the way. Very legit company. Excellent. I will buy all of your stock. You're definitely something I want to get. The very legit company. Yeah, you can absolutely abuse the stocks in the game. Like, you can just zone, like, de-zone something, buy all the stock, rezone it, give it a tick or two, it maxes back out, sell it, de-zone it, buy it, you get the idea. I haven't been doing that, but it's such an abusable thing. Alright, so that graveyard is full. This graveyard's getting there. This graveyard's getting there. I don't really want to build a second graveyard in this area. I will if I have to. Because ultimately I get the population just a little higher. Then we could switch over to having the crematorium. Once we have the crematorium, I will just use that instead. Like, we'll slowly get rid of our graveyards. We do 2 blocks this time. Alright, because I'm going to go here. And we're going to get rid of this block. And this block. And this block will be more residential. And this block will be more commercial. And we're honestly due for more industry, so let's go ahead and just keep this train moving. Go to this block, get rid of it. You'll be offices. We still have to wait a little while. The land values are going up, but it just takes time. Congratulations. Alright, our farm has reached tier 4. So it's just getting bigger and bigger. Alright, so the industrial area is not big enough. And we can go back here. There's a slaughterhouse. There's some warehouses. All right. Is there anything else we needed? We have the cattle shed, we have the flour mill. There's also a thing for, yeah, unique fair. So yeah, the warehouses, which you could store a whole bunch of stuff in. Your warehouses with railway connections, large warehouses. Okay, the forestry area is level 2. Yeah, so you do all that kind of stuff. But there were unique buildings. So you do furniture, which had requirements. We have a bakery. So usually these require stuff from multiple locations, which is catch. This one... Actually, the bakery does not. You require stuff from multiple. You require stuff from multiple, I believe. Yeah, so we've got that going on. And very quickly, the whole thing is starting to choke up. Plastics, okay. I was trying to remember what it requires. Like, man, I'm pretty sure that requires stuff in different things. Alright, so we got all that going on. Let's make sure it's all zoned in here. Alright, so one thing we're running is you notice how the traffic is getting real bad here. So we need to fix that finally. So what we were doing before is I have the medium industrial road. That's a two-way road. We need to not be a two-way road anymore. So what I'm going to need to do is try and get all the roads going one way. Or we can go for a much bigger industrial road. Let's see. So it's a 6-lane road. All right, well, let's see how that goes. That's now what I should be doing. I should be making it one way. And the reason I can make it one way is that way they drive in, they go around the loop, and then they drive back out. Versus back and forth. Oh, you're U-turning over there. We don't really want that. All right, hang on. All right. Like I said, we'll end up needing to fix that. In the meantime, the forestry also upgraded. Forest Workers Barracks. That is a really big barracks. Got a place for making pulp. Got a small log yard. And we'll need the small wood dust area. One thing you need to do is not put stuff here. When you put stuff on that main entrance, like we've got here, you see how they're all like pulling in, then U-turning? We want to avoid that, so I should not have put these here. I know better than that. Okay, we're just moving it all over here as much as we can. The barracks is probably fine. Yeah, I should reduce the number of trucks trying to U-turn in and out here, which would make this all run smoother. Okay. Alright, so let's check our metro entrances. So right now, honestly, so the metro's got a lot of people on it, but we are making sure to, like, not let them get any buildup anywhere, which is really good. We're almost where we need to be. Still dealing with this death wave, just cannot get ahead of it. We have been growing very steadily this whole time, and the traffic here is really bad. Let's try and improve the situation more. Gonna make this main road able to handle more cars. I gotta go all the way on up. Alright, so we'll see what that does so far as our throughput on vehicles. Alright, so this could be better. Oh, the good news is that's already letting out. This isn't backing up anymore. Cool, so that seems to be alleviating a lot of the pain points there. Start getting all that going there. Alright. So we get these 2 blocks. Unzone them. Right now, make that all residential. And move on to the next area. Okay. Yeah, so that's running way better now. This one's a little rough because of that U-turn. We could probably fix that. What we'll do is we'll just do the same thing we did over here. We'll upgrade all of this. And go here. Bring that back 2 notches. And then we'll connect it so I have a big U-turn area. Alright. And thank you so much for everyone's been tuning in. And for all the support and all that good stuff, the raids and whatnot. I really do appreciate it and do hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, we got a bunch of people are basically dying of old age at this point. They're just overwhelming our stuff. And I kind of need to let the stuff catch up. I'm just really wanting to push the population higher. It's just right now I've got to wait for the stuff to catch up. The good news is traffic is massively improved here. Just all the people crisscrossing this road. There are just so many. Like and this is the place to be. So like you see where we have our walking paths here. They're just completely and utterly overwhelmed. How are we doing population-wise? You're doing fine as far as that. I want your population though. So you have 1,400 here. Okay, so we're coming up on almost 10,000, which is what this can handle. And this isn't getting enough food because traffic is preventing the deliveries from getting here in a timely manner. So that is a real big problem. Okay, so something else I would do is we got all of these train tracks coming in here. I want to get these train tracks over here somewhere so that I can get a cargo train here. What is that road? What are you? 'Cause that's not a one-wayer. Oh, we'll start with that. So we go over here, we got the train. So let's go to our train options. Cargo train terminal, we can drop that right there. Put some water pipes right down here. And then go here to this railway and just go. And that gives us a connection, and now power. Alright, so we do have a cargo trading terminal. That isn't going to help with the traffic there, so my hope is maybe we have an offshoot. Fix our power line real fast. Alright, let's move it and fix this. Yeah, because the goal here is to have all of these vehicles going up here and doing this instead. Whereas what they're doing right now is they're dropping back there. We'll try that, so it can go up here and then go back this way. It probably even makes sense for me to make that one way down here. So the idea is pretty straightforward. They go up this way to drop stuff off, and then they have to return back that way. So if you want to use a train station, you got to go this way. To get back out, you got to go that way. Because that should stop them from turning around and U-turning too much. I say, not seeing them U-turn at all, or not using the train at all. And you're all connected, right? Yeah, there's literally a train right there. Okay, we also have the choices here of a warehouse with train track attached. We could have like a giant depot to move goods between the different locations. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to give you the unique building. The furniture factory. Cool. Alright, so we're not seeing nearly as many deaths, but we're still seeing a lot. And that's again just waiting on the graveyards to catch up. They're just falling behind all that. Big part of it is just dealing with this traffic. Because basically people getting into this neighborhood is where the worst of this seems to be. So ways we could get around that is, one, I could put a I have to extend it on the water cut thing, but I could put a roundabout over here. So they don't have to stop, they can just keep going through. It's gonna be kind of hard to fit that in there now with everything jam-packed. It does seem to mostly be resolving, like this was backed up the whole way here. We're still getting a little bit of backup, but it is moving forward. Okay, so you're walking over there. So that might be an indicator that I should get a metro entrance somewhere along here. You've got a lot of people going back in these areas. I have a metro entrance here. And I do go the whole way back. Yeah, so a great deal of them go to the university and the metro stop. Same here, a lot of them go to the metro stop, but we do have some who, you know, wander all out everywhere. It does make me wonder if I put a toll booth on this road, like right in this area, if I could get more people on the metro by just basically making everyone pay a fee to go through the middle of downtown, like middle of this area. I wonder if I can even do that. I can't remember if the tolls are strictly, where were the tolls? I think they're over here, actually. So you could do a similar road inland side of neighbors. You could do a similar road on the inland side of the neighborhoods, just spitballing. On the inland side, so you're talking about over here where I have like a way through kind of thing. Yeah, I promise this. I go right up kind of to the corner here. I'd certainly have a road that goes around that way. Yeah, the big issue is it is all just going through one road, so a second route would definitely help. I went right up to this edge, so I didn't really leave myself room to go. You have to buy a tile? I don't see that. Yeah, no, it's no problem. I don't think I have the ability to buy it yet. It could also be those things that would go one way out, one way back. May not even be the worst decision. So, like, what we'd end up doing is taking this highway and kind of leaning it over this way. I'm having one go out this way the whole way up. Probably not go to the university, but like cut across here and then go back kind of thing. It's always a little dangerous. A bypassing the opposite river. Yeah, I already got a bridge for it, so I mean... Yeah, I could... I mean, either way, I could definitely put a road on this side, so as traffic backs up, we can do a little... They won't be super smart about it by default, but we can probably make it work. Alright. So I've got a lane on the other side. I'm not expecting many cars to take it yet. I'm going to need to do stuff to kind of force them to go that way. Now, it'd almost be worth it for me to make this side the upside, because one of my major traffic points is the cars coming out of this area. I see this one waiting. Trying to think of the best way to deal with this. They definitely have more cars going out than in. Sorry, I mean the other way around. More cars going in than out. I also could make it a... I was trying to make it, there's a one that you can make where it's got different size lanes. There we go. So asymmetrical 3-lane. I don't need too much. We do have some cars taking this route now. It's not enough. I've got all the stuff in the way. I was going to say, I could potentially see having a road that shoots straight across kind of thing. Like, one thing that might help is just putting stuff on this side of the road to draw them to the other side of the road. Another thing we could do is just simply, I need another graveyard anyways. So in the interim, we can just go right here. Now hopefully draw some more of the hearses over to this side of the road. Alright, because that'll also give me more hearses to try and deal with this. Trying to see what I could do to encourage this kind of thing. Vehicle restrictions. Okay. So you potentially have vehicle restrictions where I believe that's taxis. That's interesting. Parking restrictions. Yeah, the problem is, I don't think there's hardly any trucks going in here that much. Like, we have the garbage trucks, but the garbage trucks have to reach the houses. So that's the thing I'm trying to figure out. No, automatic despawning off we don't care about. Clear traffic we're not doing. Yeah, so I got a bunch of recycling trucks going back in this road. It's actually not a bad thing. They've got all the recycling garbage trucks trying to get off this highway. I think it'd be good if I could get around this, but I have the boulder I don't want to get rid of here. I'm doing a zigzag. Oh, that's a walking path anyways. That's not a car path. This wouldn't be a bad place to try and get the cars out of here. The vast majority of them are going to businesses down this way. It's kind of like all the commercial on this main drag is kind of the big problem at the moment. So I guess those things I can't really restrict the trucks here. Like, it's not horrible right now, but it's definitely not good. Can you ferry cars? I don't think so. I can use ferries to get people around, though, but it seems like it's mostly the small businesses that are the problem. It's them getting their freight kind of thing. It's these brown lines in the middle. But like I said, I can't tell them they can't use it. Because if I tell them they can't use it, they don't have a means, because it's literally the commercial all along this road that's the thing backing it up. If I tell them they can't use it, then just all his businesses go under, it becomes a problem. I'm like right on the cusp of leveling up to where I can get the crematorium. Alright, we'll take out 2 more blocks. Because certainly when you're having traffic problems, the first move you want to make is to add more people. Because definitely escalating the problem is always the right move. Oh, you don't have water. Alright, let's check on our power. Power's good. Water is starting to get dicey. So let's get that sorted. And it's pretty much getting to be time to start moving. Moving some of this stuff up. Because right now... Hey, there we go. Big cities. So we have visiting scholars, liberal arts college. You can buy another tile. We got water treatment plants that are wonderful. We've got crematoriums. A crypto observatory? Question mark? Okay. Track and field stadium. Alright. That is huge. First, before we get distracted, let's move all of these over here. What's going to eventually happen is I'm just going to switch over to the water treatment, which still dumps the water out, but instead of where it's like absolutely horrendously awful water, it's mostly okay. Alright, so with that, what I could do is medical... crematorium. So first thing we're doing is we're plunking one of these right in here. You're gonna take another one of these. Plunk it right in that neighborhood. And we're gonna put it literally right next door to here. Okay, and that should give me more than enough to deal with that. So we're gonna let those catch up for a little while, and once we get past the death wave, we'll start emptying out the graveyards. Because there's so many dead people here. And what is the next one up, actually? Okay, so the next thing is what tile am I buying next? I am buying this tile to get myself an extra highway connection. I could use that for a couple things. Like, one, we could use that for the industry to give us more throughput. I can give an alternative route for people to get in and out of the town. That's probably the best move, actually. Because if I connect this highway over here, at least I don't have everyone trying to bunch through that road. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. Okay. We'll start with just 3-lane highway. I really wish that City Skylines had the exact same thing that the Empire Railroad 2 has. We can say these are parallel rails, and they're parallel rails. And they just do it. You don't have to be like, hey, let's make this work. Alright, so we've got our highway popping in over here. We might have a separation out here to go down there. But for the moment, we're not going to get all fancy with it. We're going to do this the fast and dirty and probably bad way. We're going to go here. And choose you. Just go like this. I guess I already have a road here. This isn't the smart way for me to do this, but it's the way I'm going to do it. Which is, I'm just going to say, yeah, don't worry about it. We can just grab, actually, you. Bring it right up here. And then just have an on-ramp. And an off-ramp. This is not going to be good long-term. But for the moment, that gives a new way in and out of the city. And we could fix it however we gotta fix it. Like, eventually I want to branch it off to go close to the university, and vice versa, and all that kind of stuff. But it is a new connection point that I don't have to deal with a bunch of problems right now. Doesn't mean I can build a bunch of residential or whatever here. Why are you all getting flooded? You should not be getting flooded. Oh, it's probably because we put all those up there. Is that backfilling? Hold up, time out. I'm going to need you to not do what you're doing, game. Okay, so it do have pressure going this way. It's just settling. We need to keep an eye on that we don't accidentally start poisoning ourselves. Because basically what happened was when I moved them all to this narrow one, it started pushing back on this, so it's flooding both ways. And it just made this little pocket here that's going by it. I think that will ultimately work that way. But it's just while the initial thing is hitting. Yeah, so the arrows appear to be disappearing here. So I think what will happen is over time this will get like restored in the correct direction. I just gotta watch. If it does get a problem, one thing I do is just toss a hydroelectric dam in the way, even if I'm not using it. It will cause that to avoid backfilling. A large water tower? Okay. And inland eco thing. Alright, that's the eco water treatment plant. Is the thing I really want. Yeah, so the arrows are gone and they're starting to go back, so we're good. Just a mild scare there. How are we doing on prison stuff? We have plenty of stuff in our prisons and all that. That's going well. Oh, I guess we should probably put a police helicopter. Because how spread things out, that'll help have them go in versus going their way. Okay, well, I'm not seeing a huge number of problems there. So let's go ahead and we'll start emptying out the graveyard that's full. Take them to the crematoriums, start emptying that out. Did you ever get that next work? You did. So did you actually upgrade? You did. Okay, so I need to go and expand on the campus. Perfect. Alright, so what do we even have for new buildings? That's liberal arts, I'm not at that campus. Got the study hall, groundskeeping, we got that. Outdoor study. Gymnasium. There's a gymnasium. Cafeteria. We can have a statue on property, which I have nowhere to fit right now. Okay, so we need to... What's a liberal arts college? It's just a type of school. Alright. The outdoor study we can shove here. Alright, so we don't get a new unique building yet. Kinda wish I had a better spot to put this. Oh, I do. Alright, so the college is just continuing to grow there. All that kind of stuff. Alright, so really we're just waiting on more academic works. So we have visiting scholars. The campus hires various lecturers, scholars to teach on campus, affects all facilities within the campus area, increases the faculty bonus, costs, increases the faculty upkeep. Faculty bonus, I don't even know what this is about. Free lunch, increases so it increases student happiness, but it costs more. Student health care, increase students' health, but again, upkeep. We'll probably deal with that later. Alright, so we're increasing our staff weekly pay by a I just realized how much money we're making. Holy crap. That really doesn't change, like, even if I max it out, that doesn't really change that much. That's fine. Like, we're making 30,000 per tick or whatever, per cycle, whatever you want to call it. We're making some really good money. It's probably all the taxes on all this industry we've got going on in here. Like, with the import-exports going on right now, this is making buku bucks. Alright, so we've got some cars going this way. Oh yeah, that's not the way you want that to work. So this is the problem, is we're failing at lane math. Lane math is the idea is you want the same number of lanes here as what's there. When you have a high throughput area, because otherwise you have exactly what's happening here, is it's choking up there. Whereas if we actually had one lane, it would be smoother because it wouldn't stop and go nearly as much. We might be able to improve the lane math here a little bit by taking this road we've got here and making it a 4-lane road for at least a little while. And meanwhile, we can go to there where it's all narrowing down anyways. We could drop it down from a 3-lane before it goes in here to a 2-lane. Probably have to go farther back than that. Yeah, no, I probably should put a roundabout here, honestly. That was a bypass. We'll do that. I've been putting that off. I didn't want to put a lot of effort into this intersection, but I probably should. Alright, so with the roundabout, we do want it to be a one-way road, because multiple direction roundabouts sound terrible. We will have a bike lane for later use. It's not a good idea now, but it'll be a good idea later. Alright, so we'll go here. That's how far we'll go out. Alright. And so with that... Hey, no... Alright, sorry. You have yourself a good lurk. I misread what that was saying entirely. You have yourself a good lurk. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do here is... Yeah, we have the 2 lanes. That's probably fine. So you enter that way. You enter that way. Alright, now we could go ahead and just grab you. And we upgrade. And just because I don't want it to look like that, I want it to look more reasonable. There. So yeah, so that should work better. Then we can take a step farther, we can use this. Lane paths. So you exit. You can go to the outside too. You stay on the inside. Actually, you can go to the inside too. You, on the other hand, have to stay in this lane. And you'll have to merge in. And you have to exit. And you two advance here. You have to go that lane. They have a place where they can switch over here. Right lane has to exit. There two goes straight through. Actually, I think in this case, red is going to have to be the one. Yeah, red is going to have to be willing to go outside. So we'll have a conflict there we can't avoid. Because if I have it go straight through, they won't switch lanes in time there. Okay. Yeah, so good news there is they'll stay on that side, and if the person's trying to go around a U-turn or whatever, they'll just go the whole way around and switch. Okay. Now, what you can also do to make this even better is, instead of having this merge on that way, I'd have it go up and over. And I'd have one side go off there and that kind of thing. I'm not going to borrow yet. It might be worth doing. It seems to be doing alright. Part of this is a bit too steep of an angle. Is there a second spot in there that they can turn? Okay, so one thing I could do to help this out is using move it. We can just move that intersection. Alright, we're gonna change you. You can go in the bypass lane as well. Okay. So that way they can hopefully go to whatever lane they need, just keep going kind of thing. So I want to see them start using that, where they can again go through that middle lane to get where they want. Very few cars are probably going to go in the inside lane. There we go. Alright, so we got that sorted out, so that'll help out here. Probably do need to have a roundabout on this side as well. My hope is by also getting rid of those graveyards and that, it won't become necessary at all. Alright, so it's continuing to empty. That's fine. We'll get rid of it when it's done. This would be another place we could use a roundabout. It need to be a higher traffic one, though. Okay. Another thing to do is back in these roads, we're encouraging bicycles. But one of the problems we have right now with the bicycles is I just don't have... it set up for all of them. So it's like I'm encouraging to ride bicycles, not providing the basic infrastructure they need to take advantage of bicycles. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream, and I'll get that stretch here in just a minute. I just don't want to lose track of thought what I'm working on right now. So I'm going to quickly finish this subdivision, replacing the roads, so that they are bicycle friendly now. They're also going to have trees in it, which will also help dampen the noise pollution. So that should help with the health of people and the land value and all that good stuff. Alright. Almost got this sorted. Alright, Strider. You sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in, hanging out, all good stuff. Forgot that this does this whole outside area. We'll see how that goes. It's also nice to... Like, well, I don't think it matters in the game mechanics-wise. It's also nice to get rid of all of that parking for the sense of, like, the cosmetics of it. I mean, in real world, that can be a real problem because people got to park their cars somewhere. And so that can be a whole thing. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch my arms real fast. And I think I'm going to give myself just, like, a minute break or so, where what I'm going to do is I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, use the restroom, get all that kind of stuff. But what I'm going to do, I'll put on the cinematic mode so you can watch the cars zip around the city and all that kind of stuff. Probably seems some terrible traffic jams, maybe some fire. You know, the usual. So I'm going to do that. So in the meantime, thanks so much for everyone who's been tuning in. I do really appreciate the continued support that everyone's been showing, the raids we've had today, and all that good stuff. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I'll be back in just a minute or so. Alright, and I am back. It's kind of fun to just, like, look at the city cinematic. Let me get a moment, I'm gonna mute the mic and quickly finish some of this food. But it's fun to watch, like, just the cinematics of the city as it goes along. Alright, finally finished all that food. Sorry about that. Alright. So we got traffic building up here, and that's because we cut down the number of lanes here. Which is a problem. I mean, it would also help if I made it one way in. But that's like one way in the whole way around. So that's just a growing pain of this area. We'll end up starting to get that sorted here in not too long. The big issue is just all of this stuff trying to get over there. So when we buy like another tile here, I'll have the alternate routes get hit more. Are you just cutting through my town? Is that literally what's happening right now? Is you are entering this highway, driving through my town, and doing nothing to my benefit? We're not going to have that. At a minimum, you're paying a toll. I can't tell which way it's facing. I got a house here that's complaining about noise pollution. We could deal with that. Alright. Yeah, so that's a choke point. And so we got a bunch of people going, like, very genuinely looks like so many of them are going along this outside and not even through my city. So we do have a ridiculous amount of through traffic happening to our city right now. And I gotta figure out a way to deal with that. I mean, the one answer would be to get this connected to that way so they don't have a reason to go through the city. You know, and later do it the other way so you can circumvent. I think for now, I just toll the crap out of them. Oh, this toll goes both ways. Yeah, okay. Alright, so let's... Why is this giving me an attitude? There we go. And just like that, we got ourselves a toll road. I forgot you actually do need water. Now, one of the things that might end up happening with this is you might end up having vehicles start going the whole way out and around. If that happens, I put a toll going the other way. What I'm trying to do is either, one, reduce the number of cars going through here, or if that isn't possible, at least make money off of it. Alright, it's got not enough educated workers is happening. How is trash doing? Trash is fine on the amount of pickup. We're just dealing probably with the side effects of traffic. I can make a roundabout here that might help. Yeah. That's going to need to happen here. The problem I have with doing that is the subway entrance, or metro entrance. That's not going to move very easily. Because roundabout here won't matter. This is where the traffic jam is. I'd effectively make this a bypass lane. Probably should continue with it the whole way. Go to bed? I normally stream to 4 a.m. My normal wrap time is 4 a.m. It is only 2 a.m.-ish. And I've been doing that pretty consistently for almost 2 years. Alright, so that's the plan. Basically, where did I get that wrong? There we go. Alright. Okay, so see if that helps. We've got all the cars merging in here. They'll end up going around the long way if they have to. That should reduce the amount of conflict we have there, which should help get the vehicles through here. But I'm gonna have to make this a roundabout. Just so we can get cars bypassing and all that. It's just this metro stop here is not gonna be the easiest to move. It's like, okay, well, you're not lying. You're correct. Like, it's not that I never wrap early. I certainly do. There are certainly nights that's like, oh, just straight up low energy. Yeah, rapping. But, we got that. Especially, honestly, I have, like, massively cut back on my caffeine intake. Just trying to do some healthy stuff. And I'm surprised I'm not super low energy. Because I've not been doing that for long. Alright, so this is going to have to be reworked. I'm putting it off. How's the university? That's when I was last year. University's going well. It's been gradually building up more and more. I believe it's a level 2 university. Yeah, it's a level 2. No, actually, It is a level 3 university. So it did level up, and I just need to deal with all that. Alright. Okay, well, I can work on that for a minute. Trade school academic statue. Find a home for that in a minute. Do we get an extra thing here? Alright, so we got our next School of Tourism Travel. Interns bring the best of city attractions, schools, yada yada. Income from all commercial zones are increased. Faculty. Okay. So basically, tourism gets a big old bump up. Good caffeine to moderation? Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and pop off here. So I forgot to mess with it on this side. I'm gonna turn off snap for that one. Okay, and turn the snap back on. Now you can go here. Alright. They're trying to have somewhat realistic campus layout. That's what I'm doing right now, is giving more connection points. They don't really matter. This is purely just because. There's another statue we can plunk down there. Alright, is that enough to make it happy? It needs 900 campus attractiveness. Okay. So I just need way more stuff to make it attractive. Commencement office? Oh! I didn't realize we had one of those. That's fine, we can reroute that. Alright. There we go. Alright, so you got the dormitories, school study hall, groundskeeper, we got the book club already. We got the outdoor study already. Do I have a gymnasium? Yes, I have a gymnasium. We have a cafeteria. We've got a fountain. Oh, I do not have the library. That's a new one. Yeah, so it considers all that trying to build on water. Realistic was the beer pong. Oh, I'm sure that's happening in the dorms. We have IT club. Now let's see what our campus attractiveness is at. I need just a teeny smidge more. I guess we could put in our academic statue, I don't know. Alright, so now I just need more academic works in here. So we're going to go ahead and do a grant for hospitality. It's going to be a pretty ridiculously sized campus and all that. And now what I was doing... Okay, so what's going to happen here is utter pain and agony. So the metro line's broken. We've got all that torn up. Alright. So I want one-way roads. And I'll get one with a bike lane. So start off by just going right over here to the shore. Doing that. Alright, so now we can go ahead and do here. Where did it go? Alright, so we can go ahead and turn those around. Grab Move It tool. Make this look a little better. Okay, we can get off the one lane, go to 2-lane roads. We can upgrade you. Alright, so in theory, this should all sort itself out now. Why? Alright, so you're not upset because of our subway. That's expected. Alright, so we did turn that. What are you? Large underground met with... Oh, like it gives me multiple connection points? Interesting. Ooh, for parallel tracks. Okay, that's pretty exciting. And so now I need to go into where we disconnected that route. I need to go to its traffic and we go here. Alright, so I've got 2 stops there. I've got my stop here. Got my stops there. And the rest looks good. Alright, so Metro's fixed. Alright. We gotta be real careful about where I let stuff build up here. Gonna have a whole mess of new problems. Because I put a bunch of businesses right there. It'll all have issues there. I guess in hindsight, you probably really Alright. I need to be closer where the actual houses are. Okay. You know, can I just easily delete this line? But I'm trying to remedy it. Okay. Because that can go boom, boom, boom. Yep. Uh-huh. There you go. Yep. Cool. All right. And the reason I went through all that is by putting it up here. Now I can get stuff over. So one thing I should also do is make a walkway I can get over top of here with. So let's try and get some paths we can go over top of this and not have to like obstruct any of that. We can use the amusement park paths. Let's see, I have this game, but only like 30, 60 hours. If I had to guess, still so much to learn, so much DLC. Sort of wondering if I should get the DLC or just get the new game when it comes out. I can't answer that because we don't know what the situation is going to be on the game when it comes out. We'll have to kind of wait and see on that one. Alright. That's fine. We'll just de-zone this house there and there. Alright, we need to fix the lanes here. You take this lane, you gotta follow it right. You take this lane, you gotta follow it that way. Change my mind about this lane. So this lane, this lane cannot go there, it goes there. So we'll have a conflict there, but the idea is that keeps that inside lane free for them to cut through. Green lane must always turn. Red lane may choose either of those two. Blue lane must keep going through there. Alright, so you can go to any of those lanes. You can go to these two lanes. You must go to one of those two. You stay on the inside. You can go there. You can only go here. You can only go here. Alright. And you can go there. So the idea is the blue circle or so the blue inside lane must basically go around, and it can separate where it has to separate. And you can go to literally any of these lanes, that's fine. You can also go to that lane. Also, you can go to this lane. Alright. Yeah, so they have a lot of conflict going on here. I almost feel like I want this, you know, hey, we're gonna make a change here. The green lane goes there. The green lane does not go here. This lane is free for people to come in. That middle lane is every man, woman, and child for themselves. And honestly, the red lane makes the red lane can choose at any time to go to the inside lane. Except there. There's so much traffic building up. Alright. So the issue we have here... it's those going from the inside to the outside lane. Let's fix that. You are required to stay on the inside lane. Alright. Yeah, so a lot of them are U-turning here, which isn't the way it's supposed to work. So let's fix... I'm basically trying to fix our stuff here. Right, so you're required to be here. We can do that. Yeah, so the big problem I have is just all of the pedestrians. There shouldn't be a building there. They're supposed to be D-zoned. What? Why are you putting it back? You're D-zoned. No zoning. Because what I could do is have an like a walkway that goes over, or, yeah, it's going to have to go over. Make a walkway that goes over the road real fast. Yeah, I remember I had a city that I had like a bunch of overhead walkway kind of things happening. Alright, because what we can do here then is I can go to this intersection. Where was the pedestrian crossing? No pedestrians crossing here. And movement does let you break some of the rules about positioning. Alright, so let's go over here. There, so you started going and having all the pedestrians going to the overhead walkway so that they're not cutting across the road, and as you can see, now the cars are just flying through there. Probably should have one that goes over there as well, but that's fine. Alright. In hindsight, I probably should have just put on this side to begin with. Let's see if we have another place we got a lot of backups. Alright, so the backups aren't pedestrians, it's just literally getting the cars through. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so rather than let the pedestrians cross on both sides, let's go over here to this intersection here. No crossing pedestrians on that side. So they want to cross, they got to go over to this side. They put up traffic signals? Not necessarily. A lot of times the traffic signals end up working against you. Right now, I'm just trying to find the places where there's a lot of collision between pedestrians and cars, and trying to mitigate it. So this is another one I can fix this pretty easily. We can go to this one, go here, click on that. No pedestrians there, but pedestrians there. So the pedestrians will cross this way, and not that way. So that should mitigate the worst of the traffic, because now they won't be blocking this lane as much. It's just like all the people going to the university. All right. That's all fine. Let's go over here. These are the ones with the bike lanes. Yes. Did you make a trade school yet? Yeah, we got this whole thing is a trade school. This whole middle area. What about arts? I have not built the arts college yet, no. I am deliberately adding tons of bike lanes to try and get as many cars as I can to use bikes, or many people as I can to use bikes as opposed to adding to the car problem. Alright. You use mods? Yeah, I'm using some mods. I just realized I got rid of the bike lanes over here, which is not what I wanted. There you are. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so I'm adding a bike lane to the outside lane now. Look at that. Use the Xbox app on PC, so you can use mods. Gotcha. Because mods are used on Steam? Yeah, you can do mods on Steam. Alright. So this looks like another place where it would benefit from having like a flyover walkway versus what we've got right now. So let's go ahead and get that going on, because that's where it's basically have so many pedestrians going right now that they're blocking off traffic. So we got to fix that. The way I'm going to fix that is going to go right over here. I'm going to go up one. Actually, change the way we're doing this. It's not gonna work that way. I've got too much stuff kind of shoved in this little area. So not many people are walking this way. So what I'm going to probably do is instead, we're going to make this our elevated walkway. Let's grab you. And that's where we mentioned the mods. This is the mods. There's a Segway crossing? What? Alright, so we got all that sorted out. So now what we could do is go to the intersection down here. and say no pedestrians across the road. Actually, frankly, no pedestrians across the road in any directions. Because they can walk up and over to this side, they can walk down and over. They can get across the road. So now the cars can flow freely. Alright. Because that's the kind of thing you end up running into, is just the bottlenecks where different types of traffic conflict with each other. I have one tile that is too small here. I see. Alright, so you're gonna have to go away for a while. And we need to get this road fixed. So let's do that. We want two-way. And I would like the bike lanes on the outside. I have to fix that here in a second. Alright, so let's fix the path. Sorry about the camera getting all wiggly wiggly. Alright, so with that out of the way, let's fix where we just got rid of our shelter, because I do actually want that. And make sure that the pedestrian stuff didn't just reset itself. Okay, no pedestrians here. And the pedestrians can go across way over there. That's fine. The goal is to get them out of this set of intersections here. This is actually probably a bad position for this thing anyways. You can see all the trucks trying to drop stuff off in it are one of the things contributing to traffic jams. Alright. Let's go here. Alright, so I seem to be going fine now. Yeah, the backup is going away. We got all that sorted out. We've got our pedestrians crossing where they're not blocking traffic. They are getting in the way of traffic here, but it's not that bad. Alright, is there anywhere else we're dealing with some severe traffic problems? You're all going mostly smoothly over here. Some of this is a little messy. That's fine. Yeah, I remember one of the things I had done at City... Like, I had a City Pass that I literally had walkways between... Like, I'd have like a set of houses here, and I'd have a walkway area like between all houses. But that was before the walkable cities kind of thing. So it's like literally doing everything I can to help there. So that's straight gridlocked here. Where are you getting alleviated? So you're getting here. And you're having problems getting on and off of the road here. So where are you going destination-wise? Like, what is your go-to? You get a bunch that are going this way. Most going... Yeah, most vehicles are going out from... Where are you coming from? So they're coming from in here, they're going around here, all the way up here. They're weirdly going around that way. And then they're piling in on this traffic jam and going all the way down there. And then out. Oh, I see. Alright, well, if that's the way you're going to be, we can deal with this. So I've got people who are just through traffic for my city, but I have a toll booth going the other way, so they're all going out of their way as best they can to avoid the one toll booth, which I said was possibly going to be something we run into, and it is. So since they're all going to be a big bunch of punks like that, we're just going to build another toll booth. So for the people who do have to go this route, congratulations, they ruined it for you. Just because they're all like, we want to skip this one toll, even though it means we're going to have to drive through the city and prolong our journey and bother everyone, we're not paying our dollar. With that, now everyone gets to pay an extra $1. Congratulations, you played yourself. And also, that's just my excuse to get more money. I mean, what? So yeah, if you want to use this highway, you pay your $1. If you want to go from here across to there, I'm sorry, you're paying $2. Or whatever these are set to. It depends on your vehicle. Why are you all sticking? Okay, so we got a lot of cars that are U-turning. Not many cars are going this way. Okay, so none of the cars going this way are trying to go through the loop. We do have cars that are the green lane going through here, so that's fine. You never did tolls, attempt to do it yet? Oh, tolls are one of those things you can absolutely abuse. Like, straight up abuse tolls. You can force literally all of your traffic to have to go through toll booths and just cash in. One second, let me check one thing. Okay. My problem is running the cars take at times. Yeah. You can't even come to that city. Yeah, there's people who have set up things where it's like literally the cars like are trapped in kind of a cycle to themselves and just 100% have to go through it. You are backing up in a big way. Alright, so they're all mostly going this way. We still have a bunch that are literally coming through here and then leaving through the other side of our city. Like, that's the big problem right now, is I have cars who are just using my city as a throughput. What I need to do is I need to get another tile so I can, you know, hook that up there. This road could accommodate more. Oh, right, we talked about this needs to probably be a roundabout as well. So let's shift you all the way over here.
Warning. Experts predict an earthquake could hit the area soon.
But where? I have a seismologist thing. I've got this, which covers almost my entire city. And I believe it's supposed to show me where, that's the evacuation route stuff. Where was, that's the radio coverage, that's destruction, disaster detection. The problem is, if I don't know where it is, I don't know where to evac. Oh, that's why we couldn't see. It was like literally in the middle of nowhere out here. Okay, that's fine.
Earthquake is occurring. Don't panic and wait for help if you are in the affected area.
They've got evacuation stuff way over here, but there's no point in me utilizing it if it's not gonna be there. Like, if it was, like, gonna be right here, I'd evacuate this neighborhood. They're breaking my railway, and I don't like it. Alright, so let's fix you. How am I supposed to see what I'm doing? There's got to be a button that causes it to highlight. Alright, so that's fixed. Now, what's going on with their power? Why is their power completely shot? So you're all connected here. You're all connected here. You're all connected there. You're all connected here. Okay, so one of our power plants was one of the buildings that collapsed. That's fine. What we'll do in the meantime is, because it's not like I can't afford to build another one. In the meantime, what I'm going to go ahead and do is build a backup power plant right there. That'll take care of that. You're what level? You're still working level 3 because all that. Oh, but maxed out, cool. This earthquake did damage to a bunch of buildings, but that's okay. The big thing is where that crack shows up, because that crack, if it goes to the middle of your city, can do absolutely ridiculous amounts of damage. Like, instead of being able to just have the thing show up where it can just... Oh, hey, when that collapsed, it just became garbage. Most of the time when they collapse, you can, have the evacuation thing go and make it usable again. Yeah, so we got a bunch of fires and a bunch of that nonsense, but it's doing pretty okay in the meantime. Alright. Okay, so the good news is I put that our toll booth in, and now they're not cutting through my city. They're going out and around, as it should be. I've got a few cars, a teeny number of cars who are cutting through the city, but not like it was before. The amount we had cutting through our city before was just absolutely unreasonable. Now, you got tons of them that are like going into the neighborhoods of that, but that's fine. That's our own citizens doing that. Meanwhile, how's this doing? The people coming in here... The people coming in here, I do have a bunch that are showing through. I don't really know why... Like, are they winding this way? Why wouldn't they just keep going that way? Might be time to... Well, no, that's... Yeah, a lot of them are going this way and then around that way. Both trying to seek this destination. It's weird. Toll roads are nice, besides the fee. Yeah. I mean, you consider usually like wear and tear of stop and go and all that. I know people are like, you know, oh, the tolls are highway robbery, like, you know, $1 or $2 or whatever you pay. But when you consider that like a typical car is somewhere in the area of like 57 cents or 60 cents per mile is I think what the wear and tear plus gas and everything else is. If the toll road saves you 3 or 4 miles, it's paid for itself. You literally save money. It's just hard to quantify because you can't really do the math and average maintenance kind of thing very easily from that end. Yeah, so you're all going that way. And a whole bunch are going like this. I don't want them to do that because that makes it worse. But if I try and route it one way, they'd have to route them through the neighborhood I don't want to do. I have to force them this way, which will also have its problems. I'm not sure I want to deal with that. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because this seems to be the new bottleneck here, is these turns here. Like, we're not dealing with pedestrian traffic, it's literally going from this one-way road to that one-way road. Okay, we're gonna go and do some stuff here. So you must go right. You must go left. You must go there. You must go there. Alright. That should help a little bit. Hey, Hors. Oh, let's see. Horswurg. How's it going? Math is good, but most people are bad at math. Well, that's what computers are for. All lane math is if I have one lane here, I want one lane on the other side. So, like, that's the problem I've got here. This is 2 lanes going this way. That would actually be okay. And then having it go out to more than it comes in, that's fine. And then this is where we have the problem, is I have 2 lanes feeding in here, and I have 1 lane feeding in here, so that's 3 lanes feeding into 2. So realistically, I want 3 lanes here. Because the 3 lanes here, I can make sure it works out, and then you can squish it down the road if it, you know, works out for you. Alright, so this is managing to get more vehicles to go around this way than that way. I don't really have any vehicles that are coming from going this way now. Like, I have very rarely, like, that one. So it might even be worth my time to make this a one-way. Alright. So now I can go ahead and do the lanes here. Alright. So you must go straight, or you can turn right there. Actually, let's change that. You go over to that lane, not this lane. Well, either of those 2 lanes. You have to leave. You can go straight through to either lane, and you must turn right. Actually, you can go that way too. Alright, so hopefully that'll help this some. We can go there. You can turn right into those 2 lanes. You can turn right into these 2 lanes. You must go through. And this is one of those situations I don't really have a choice. I need that to be able to go to all the lanes. Either you turn there, or leave, or carry through. So it's not amazing. That should make them run more smoothly. Yeah, so we got all of them going to the middle lane. Every single car is currently going to the middle lane here. What is going on that they're all going to the middle lane? What do I have set up for the middle lane here? So middle lane goes to inside here. So no one wants to go... Well, I shouldn't say no one. Very few want to go to anywhere but there. Because a red car also goes to that lane on the bottom there? Huh. Okay. This is getting silly. You do this crap farther back. They're going green and blue. Yeah, the thing is, I don't get why they're not willing to take red, because red and green both take that middle lane. So they're all trying to get to the middle lane is what's happening right now. Alright, what we could possibly do to maybe fix this is go here, take this green lane on this intersection. You don't go there anymore. Alright. There we go. That's a little bit more split up. They're kind of doing like a little wave over now. They're taking both the bottom lanes. The blue lane's not getting almost anything through, but that's fine. Okay. Hey, Grand City. Cool. I've been so busy fixing traffic stuff, I haven't even been watching the population grow and do stuff. Because everything else is basically stable. We're just trying to fix our traffic issues down here, which is always the thing that happens as your run goes farther. Traffic always becomes a problem down the road. Yeah, what's led that, you know, what's that far backed up, that's a problem. Yeah, it's mostly people. Like, this is still the thing that bothers me. So you got a bunch of them that are going through here, all the way around here, just to leave out the other side. And I don't want that traffic. This is not a through place. You may not come through here. And trying to think of the best way to deal with it. One way I could deal with it is just straight up say trucks are not allowed to cross these. Like, literally don't even allow them to go through. Alright, so let's grab one of the vehicles going over this way. Was going out. Don't show me cyclists or pedestrians. Don't show me say service wheel. Cool. Yeah, they're all... That's... Like, that's the thing that's got me right now, is like... I've got private citizen cars that are coming in. They're not stopping anywhere. They're, like, literally just passing through. Go toll on the input highway? That won't prevent them from going in here. What I want to do... There. I mean, they're going to cut through. We're just going to jack that toll the whole way up. The goal here is to try and get them to not want to cut through. Because the reason they're cutting through is they don't have a good route of getting around the outside. So they're cutting through my city. Ideally, I would just make a bypass. The thing can just get on the highway and go right on by and not bother me. But right now, I don't really have the capability. Oh, good. Wildfire, that's fine. We can just ignore that. Okay, it does seem like the number going through is really cranking down. Now, downside is it also does mean... This temporary bypass? I don't really have... Like, the problem is I don't really have room to get over here. I gotta get in our cell. And that's kind of the same thing from over here, is I don't really have room to do what I'd want. I just don't... Like, I'm too close to the edge of the map right now to fit stuff in. Get rebuilding all stuff that burnt down. I wonder if there's like a mod or a game saying to say, hey, like once you repaired a building, like once you searched a building, just rebuild it. And they will for like regular stuff like houses and all that don't have a cost to rebuild kind of thing. It's all these buildings that have a rebuild. Because that's one of the things that can get you is have, like, for example, a tsunami go through and destroy a whole bunch of your buildings, and you go repair them all at once, and suddenly you're completely wiped out while your population is decimated because of the tsunami. And it's one of the few ways you can actually have a run that you can, like, lose it to the point that it's not recoverable. Alright. I mean, the big thing is I didn't have the problem until I connected this for fairly straightforward reasons. Okay, so that's all going pretty smoothly now. Did they just route a different way through my city? I'm guessing they did. No, they really didn't. Alright, I gotta start them back up again. It's not as bad. Since we got this sorted out, so that these cars, instead of cutting through and doing that loop, they're all going around the outside there. That's definitely better than it was. They really don't have that many cutting through. Alright. I'd really like the fire trucks to make that not happen. Alright, anyways, I haven't done any, like, actual building. I'm just doing, like, traffic migration mitigation kind of stuff, which is fine. That's a normal thing you run into in the game. But it also is like, okay, I probably should get some done. Alright, so we've got that going. I need to go here, go to our zoning. And we have a need for, actually, office space. Let's go ahead and build some offices. Let that get going. Alright, we got a couple of cracks in the ground from the earthquakes. These are all making money. Like, right now we're just printing money, so that part's fine. And the pollution's all doing that okay. I wonder if I can actually get in here and put the fishery in. Because we looked at that earlier, it's like, oh yeah, we totally can't. But now it might not be so bad. So we have the fish farm. I could genuinely fit that here. Alright. So I don't want 1 lane, I want 2 lane. Just accidentally give it its own geothermal power plant. Alright. And there's ourselves a little fish farm down here. Right by the university. Because there's one of the achievements I'm missing requires me to sell enough fish. Yeah, so that seems to be clearing up as well. Things are stable here. The scary part is pretty soon I'm going to be building some stadiums and all that. And then things are going to get real rough around here, traffic-wise. In fact, we're going to do that now. So we got a bunch of stuff. Got a baseball field, track and field, basketball arena, the Quack Center. Alright. So you can build this up here. To extend that. We can have that cross over here. Oh, that's the walkway on the campus. That's fine. We'll just do that for now. We've already got a pipe to go there, so let's cross that over. Okay, now's the time for what's probably going to be not great times for us. Because that whole traffic issue about to get a whole lot worse. When it's a little... Okay, you're a little bit smaller. Track and field is the whole thing. I'm seeing what it can and cannot fit. Alright, so you're going to be able to fit this just slightly off-centered. And just like that, we have our own basketball team. What we're going to want to do for that is I definitely want as few cars going through there as possible. We're going to give it its own metro stop right next to it. I was kind of really hoping to... Here. So you can add that there. Then add the metro stop. Oh, please tell me. Okay, you can. I was like, please tell me you can go there. I really need that to go there. Alright, so page down. Alright, and then we go over here. You go here. We can drag you up there. Cool. So, we now have ourselves a wonderful basketball stadium for everyone to compete in. I can't remember where you actually set the team. Oh, it's the Chirpers. Right, so we can choose a bunch of stuff. So team identity. You give them a whole bunch of different things. It doesn't matter, like they're vaguely different things. It's fine. I'm only gonna choose the Spartans because that team color is a bit right. I'll do orange. And you can do stuff like change the price to help them be more successful and all that on winning the games, so having higher attendance and whatnot. And we got all the people coming through here. You can see the crowd's building up, so that's good. And we did have our college just gained a level. And now I need a ton more students in college attractiveness to gain it more levels. So that'll all definitely help with our traffic problems. I say in complete and utter sarcasm. Alright. Trade School Auditorium. I think I have one of those, right? No. Laboratories. Bookstore. That way you can charge extra more, like way more than any book should reasonably cost. That's what the bookstore on campus is for. Yeah, traffic. Sometimes you just gotta traffic. Alright, so we could cut that across there. This is gymnasium. Where were we? School, library, IT club. We already have that. Auditorium, laboratories. There's the bookstore. We'll shove that over here. All right. The next question is, how much more attractiveness do I need on the campus? I need a heck of a lot. Student capacity is for the libraries. The auditorium, student capacity. Doesn't really tell me how much attractiveness certain things gives me. An outdoor study area. I don't want to get rid of the giant hole, because the giant hole I find interesting and fascinating. I have no idea what the point of it is. Alright, we got a couple more statues we can plunk down. Put a couple more statues over here. Alright, still need 300 more attractors. Yeah, for whatever reason, there's just a big hole there. I don't know what it is. It wasn't a meteor strike or anything. It was just a hole that was on the map because reasons. We will add a second library. And a second set of labs. Requirements for staying at the current reputation have not been met. We are losing students gradually, which is a concern. Let's go to sleep. Alright, you sleep well. Thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out and all that stuff. I can put another statue there to help with the thing. Try to see if I can sneak another IT club in here. Alright, just a tiny bit more. Okay, so school is attractive enough. We don't have enough students. Our expenses are quickly outrunning our other stuff. Partly because we have a varsity team and all that kind of stuff that we're now dealing with. Now, the thing that's good about this is this ends up being a thing that we get a lot of money periodically from. Like, when we win games, we get tons of money. When we lose games, we don't. Alright, looks like we're dealing with a death wave here. Alright, so you got that dealt with. We'll give the all the other stuff for death a chance to catch up, and then we'll start emptying out the next graveyard. That one's full. That one's also full. Let's check where we're at with all that. Okay, our death care is sufficient. We're just basically stuck waiting. Alright, so traffic is really bad through here now. Okay. So, this is still boiling down to the vehicles trying to enter and exit this area are the problem. We also have a lot of pedestrians crossing right here, which isn't helping. So let's see if we can't do something to mitigate that. Have at least the pedestrians only cross on one side of the road. So at least it's a little bit less going on. Okay, we lost money for a minute there. Like we were technically negative losing money. Alright. Yeah, it's warning me that this is going to go down. Policies. Advertising campaign. Advertise the varsity sports matches throughout the city to have more visitors. Increase the amount of visitors by 20%. Sponsorship deals. The varsity team will become famous. City businesses are offering to sponsor a local team. Decreased upkeep for cost of campus varsiting. Billboard change from varsity team's logo to sponsor's brand. Okay. Fan club support. The varsity team gives out free fan merchandise to fans during the matches. Organize the fan club trips to away matches. Increase the odds of winning the game and away matches by 7%. Okay. So we got basically sponsorship deals for our team. How many expansions are plugged into this? I think I have all of the, like, expansion, like, actual main content expansion DLCs. I don't have the ones that are, like, just random buildings and that kind of thing. So stuff that actually adds functionality, like the college campus to the airport and all that kind of ones I have. Alright, so we're having our next death wave from everyone getting old at the same time. So that's always a pain point. How many there are those in total? I don't know off the top of my head. It's a bunch. It's a Paradox game. It's Paradox, right? Pretty sure it's Paradox. Generally speaking, Paradox releases a game, and then they keep upping the content, but every time they do, they'll add another DLC. It's kind of the pro and con of you get a whole lot of additions to your game, but, you know, they keep costing money. Alright, so we've got our traffic that's going through this main drag is still a problem. Yeah, so I probably need to do... Yeah, it's the cars that appear on the road when they get to the edge of town are the problem. I probably almost need to give them a place to exit out here to, like, drop in and have, like, a normal intersection. Because just the fact that they're appearing right here on the road is the issue. Because every time it appears, it stops all traffic. Our population has been going down a lot. Like, a lot. That's because we're facing our next death wave. They can't really grow more. That's got to kind of wait out the death wave. Okay. So we did have our, because of our death wave happening, we did drop down to too few students to keep the campus as high level. Oh man, our money is straight up dying. But you can also see as their citizens are replacing, our elementary schools are getting absolutely slammed. Because as we're having a whole bunch of citizens die off at the same time because of age, we're having a whole bunch of new citizens come in to replace them. And it's just continuing to compound that problem. I'm gonna go ahead and put a second crematorium over here somewhere. Because that'll mostly take care of the things in here. They'll drive out to other locations, but that should keep the higher pop area here under control. And the faster we can get that all start to rein in, that'll be better. Because that's one of the reasons why it's good to sit on a lot of money, is just for situations like this. Because this is going to hurt us pretty severely economically for a little while. And that's going to be just until we start getting this under control to keep moving. It might even be worth my time to build a second or another graveyard. Not a second, we got a bunch of them. Another graveyard just to quickly process stuff. It takes less time to bury people in the graveyard than it does to, you know, cremate and all that. There. We have a graveyard on campus. That'll help. Alright, so get that chance to recover. Yeah, so our money's bouncing back and forth. Like I said, that's going to be until we basically get a bunch of these bodies out of here. And then we'll start shutting down the next graveyard and all that. Now, traffic is improving, but still not perfect. Alright, let's go to this intersection. That one I'm going to have to leave. But no real pedestrian traffic up or down here. You gotta go up and down someplace else to cut across. Alright. This seems like another good place to put an overtop walk. Because you see where everyone's slowing down here? It's because pedestrians are just crossing over this spot really heavily. So I'm going to go ahead and put a walk there. Alright. Alright, now we'll go... Oh, that's not... Yeah, we need to still drop that down, don't we? Alright, we can use the move it tool to adjust this all to what we actually want. Alright, so with all that, what I can do is I can go to this intersection. I could say, you know what's going on at this intersection? No one's allowed to walk across it at all. You got this overhang thing. You can just run through that. And just like that, you start watching those cars go blasting past at speed, because now they don't have to stop for pedestrians all the time. This would be a safer thing in the real world as well, just not having the pedestrians share the road. Because my Dornberg College is located next to the graveyard, actually. I can see that. Like, I can see it's one of those things where you'd have, like, the college, and then it kind of, you know, grew to fill its space. I could see that happen a lot. Because there's a lot of universities and all that they got built. And, you know, at the time, they had plenty of buffer room, but as the college kept growing and growing and growing, you know, it started taking over more and more area. And there were a lot of other businesses over time might sell or whatever. You know, a graveyard's a graveyard. It's a pretty hard sell to say, yeah, let's dig up the graveyard and move it. Okay. So I wonder how many people now coming in through here we have they're just straight up leaving. We're not having it go that way. We are still having some going away, despite the fact that I'm charging the maximum it'll let me charge on the toll. But you know, hey, that's... Sure, you can cut through my town if you're just going to give me a ton of money. I mean, I can potentially navigate that. Alright, so I need to change this entrance, is what needs to happen. This entrance right here has got to change. Because, like I said, it's making cars appear from this spot, and it's just causing traffic. Because, like, after that, traffic gets fine. So I haven't decided exactly how I want to address that. One thing I might be able to do... Alright, let's, upgrade our roads. So it needs to be a two-way road. As much as I want to keep the bicycles on at this spot. Okay, they are cutting across the road here. That might be we just make another walkway across here. To one, keep the pedestrians off, and then maybe it means they'll spawn cars on both sides of the roads. And that might help by just not having it all be at the same spot, choking it up. Let's see. Here's Sky God. What is your comment to the claims that the toll booth deposit directly into your personal bank account? Yes. We don't have laws here about embezzlement. If you want to live here, you gotta just deal. Alright, so it's not the best setup. What we can do here is go there, say no. I don't know what that symbol means. I don't know what any of these symbols mean. I mean, other than a crosswalk. This means no U-turn. That means probably no switch lanes. This is the one I'm not sure about. The one where it's a picture of a car and an arrow in our car. That's exactly what I was hoping. They're cutting across the road and they're making the cars teleport in this and then pulling into traffic. That should help a lot. Because now it's kind of splitting the delay on both ends, which should make this start catching up. while this one didn't have a backup to begin with. It's like, Mayor Skygod is infallible, and he needs your money. I mean, journals appreciate it, the truth, but perhaps you could try something a little different. You are, exacerbating overworked PR manager. The PR manager is like, no, we're not going with it. I don't care what we are going with. I just know that is not what it will be. Okay, so I see this has got some shenanigans going on here, so we can go here. Right lane goes there. Middle lane goes there. And you go straight on through. Or to here. That should help the throughput. It's still going to back up because that's backed up. But it should keep a lot of the other cars who are not part of this Congo line going smoothly. And I believe... yeah, it's just 1-to-1, so there's no point in putting the marks. Yeah, it actually gets... it's actually slowing down here. Yeah, the pedestrians are already not crossing. It's this point of conflict in the cars cutting across here. Into Block Junction? Oh, right. So, like, pulling in and, like, even if they're... so basically you can clog up the junction. But sometimes it can be helpful for specific situations.
Warning. Experts predict an earthquake could hit the area soon.
Oh no. That is not what you want to see. College is about to get a whole lot rougher in this neighborhood. Begin the evacuation, please. That is what we would refer to as suboptimal. Well, and that... so that's everyone emptying out of their homes and running. I like how most of the people are just walking and there's just a handful of people like, what are you doing? Get in there. Run, you fools. That is going right through the middle of the college campus. Let us do... I hate how I always forget the name. Steam 2. Do not quit after saving. Oh, emergency shelter in the middle of quake zone. So the good news is the emergency shelter is not along its exact path. Like, it's going to hit here. So it is, like, right on the edge of it. I don't have a farther one for them to go to. It's an earthquake. You don't get enough warning to run half across town and go for a drive. It's just, hey, we have an earthquake coming. Get the hell in your homes. You got 30 seconds. Earthquake imminent. Let's walk across the elevated walkways. Well, that's only because they're legally obligated to do so. Because, I mean, we're not going to change our traffic rules. Why would we change our traffic rules for, you know, an immediate disaster? It is interesting seeing, like, with the evacuation triggers and just having that massive one-directional movement towards this. It's like, all the cars are trying to get in here. We have the endless sea of pedestrians leaving the town. We have the immediate... oh, here it comes.
An earthquake is occurring. Don't panic and wait for help if you are in the affected area.
Don't hurt the campus. Don't hurt the campus. The campus is way more of a pain to deal with. You want to cut right through the middle of the city? I can live with that. The campus? Don't do it. That is a pretty big slice in the ground, I gotta say that much. Alright, so... that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It did level a whole bunch of houses, and we'll have a bunch of random buildings leveled here and there. Our power is still in order. Our sewage is completely busted, but that's just because the power got cut off. Alright. We're going to leave it pause for just a moment and get these roads fixed. Water, get out of the way. No, that means... our train station got destroyed. Let me replace it. I don't care about your water. Get it out of here. There we go. Okay. So our train station got destroyed, so that's a big bummer. So let's go ahead here. Do our train station. You'll need to repair that. Let's go down below to the metro station. It looks like that may have gotten severed. Oh, not upgrade. I was like, why is this giving me an attitude? We have our water line got broken. Our power line got broken. Okay, so that should fix the sewage problem. The metro line, so this wasn't actually that bad. It was way scarier looking before we got here. Alright, so let's... we have that going there. We've got to stop there. Okay, good, that just recovered the whole thing. Alright, so it should bring everything back online. So yeah. It made the lake a little bigger. So what's actually going to be interesting is I do kind of like the... so one of the things I'm actually doing is I'm deliberately leaving all the scars we're getting from, you know, earthquakes and all that. That was one of the things I was I mentioned before, was doing a day of like crowd control, that kind of stuff, like once a week. I'm letting that be like a regular thing on the channel. You can start emptying that graveyard. And the reason I was talking about that is, one, it will help, you know, helps me pay my bills kind of thing, raises revenue and whatnot. It also lets people get, like, immediate kind of, you know, kickback from, you know, donating to the channel and that kind of stuff. But one of the games they did have was City Skylines, that you could do everything from build a power plant, destroy a power plant, trigger a disaster. There was something like... wipe out a bunch of the money the player has. Like, it had a whole bunch of stuff. Like, it'd be probably completely frenetic and unbalanced the first time I do it, until we did it like once or twice to get an idea. And then, you know, usually the first time you do anything like that, people go much harder than once they've kind of settled into some kind of rhythm. I hope that stays with water in it. I think that's actually kind of a cool feature. The Company is the name of that business. Okay, I can live with that. Alright. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. Okay. So our money is already stabilized. The population is recovering. We are dealing with our graveyards right now. One by one, I'm kind of emptying them out. We still have a bunch of dead people all over the place. It is what it is. All right. Oh, hey, we had some way over here collapse from it. Yeah, that's the thing. The earthquakes can kind of damage stuff all over your town. But, like, they have the one spot they hit really hard. That looked way worse when we first got the report, because, like, it's dark red and this whole area is like, you want to talk about this? Okay, so we're basically just waiting for the student population to increase. We probably need more elementaries. No, actually, we're okay on our schools. It's not that we couldn't use more, but it's not actually that bad. Got a building burned down here. That wouldn't surprise me. I imagine our fire trucks are scrambling everywhere to make things work. And we gotta figure this out. Yeah, if I go on the heat map, I wonder what it's gonna show for the traffic stuff. Yeah, so it's got that red. This whole path right here is red. That main route is red here. It might be time that what I just do is just make this a bigger road. This whole area up here. Then maybe that'll help. The problem is I gotta get a bunch of these other buildings off just to allow me to upgrade it, because it makes it wider. So it'll have stuff in the way. So I would like it. Can I get it with bike lanes? So we get bike lanes. Can I get bike lanes and trees? Okay. So if I do those overhangs are gonna no longer work. Yeah, because what I'm trying to do is I need to get an extra set of lanes in here. That way I can have one lane turn and one way go through that turn in, that kind of thing, and have a bypass lane. That'd work out here. I probably have to start way back here, though. Oh, right. I can do, instead of having the fancy ones, I could do the 3 lanes. Alright, but that was the one way. Okay, so that's the issue we got going on there. So I have the 3 lanes of the bike lane going out here, and this isn't backing up. It's backing up here trying to go onto this lane where it's 3 and 1 and that. Yeah, so I'll have to, like, redo these when I do that. And start down over here. Alright, I already hit our first snag that won't work, which is the train station. Alright. So what to do with that is get rid of the train station, put that there, put the train station back. Put it right there for a second. Go here. Space is already occupied. Oh, yeah, the metro station too. Well, that sucks. It is what it is. You do have to do these kind of things in the game. Alright, we'll wait to do the next spot till we get this fixed. So put you back. I need at least far enough away it's not immediately causing problems. I will need to go delete those two. Get that set up. Alright, so I gotta fix these railways. And we can go train, rail. That should be that all fixed. Now I can go to the metro station. Alright, so we've got that. Now I need to just fix the track real fast. Alright, it's having all sorts of confusion moments. Okay, so we've got that all hooked up. I'm gonna put a power line here. Okay. So that should fix most of that. And I can go here and get this repainted in here. Oh, got that far. Alright. So that's the beginning of this nonsense. We'll have to move the evacuation shelter, which is probably still a good move. And the only reason that's probably still a good move, I would say, is I don't want it too close to the road over there. So that helps with that. Alright, so let's do this. Get that power line. Yeah, we're bridged across in a couple places, but not something we want to rely on. Alright, so now this overhead walkway's got to go. I want it there and I'm gonna put it back, but I gotta make the road bigger first. Oh, hospital. You had to be in the way. Alright, we can go here. Alright, so we've got that set up. So let's get this all set up over here. Which is that we want a walkway that goes through here. We do not want it to lock. We can grab right here. That's the first part. So I need to have this where it's lower down on all sides. Okay. No use move it to clean it up, even though it's like, but you're not allowed to do it. It's like, I don't care. I want it to look good. Now they're trying to cheat. I want it to look good. Appearance is important. All right. can drag you slightly off left. Give you a little bit of a curve. And it looks way better. Alright, so now you go ahead and put all that commercial back in that we got rid of. You can become office space up here since that's where the hospital was, and now it's down here. Alright, so that's the start. Oh, I'm going to need to go to this intersection and say... Oh, and actually remember, no pedestrians crossing it. Cool. Alright, so give that a moment to catch up. Then I've got to move this thing. The small pedestrian area service point. So just keep working on expanding a roadway, going back, and that should help. Because then, like I said, I can have one lane that turns into places, one lane that bypasses. And that should give us a pretty good improvement here. Alright, so we've got that going on over there. That's gonna be a difficult one to move. It's gonna be a real difficult one to move. Hey, flaming potato. Not a whole lot. Alright, we'll go ahead and get that going. Just having to expand my roadway here, which is not going to be at all smooth or easy to make happen. Alright, so I just need to get you out of the way for a minute. And I'll get you here. So what we can do here is I can upgrade back here. I don't have conflicts yet. Just got the game I used with a bit of a plays indie games. Traffic is too difficult. Yeah, traffic can really get ahead of you. There are ways you can mitigate a lot of your traffic problems, though. I'm not doing most of those ways right now. But, don't underestimate the power of the roundabout. That's one thing I will tell you. Roundabouts will absolutely make a huge difference. Also, you need to lean very heavily on anything you can do to get people to not drive cars. All sorts of public transportation can help. Like, if I didn't have my my metro station here, I'd have probably 1,000, 2,000 other cars trying to get around here. So just having that is cutting back on a lot of my traffic. I do put pedestrian walkways to help me get over different things and around different things to, again, cut back in traffic. It's just one of those things like in real life. You just gotta do what you gotta do to try and get cars off the road, because cars suck when it comes to throughput. Alright, so we've got the bigger roads here. Get that all painted in. Alright, so now the thing I need to do is I still want to have that overhead walkway. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So I have residential people that hop on the highway to get to work at the commercial area. Morning and night, they both get gridlocked. Yeah, so you'd want to try and have a direct route between those that doesn't hit your main thing. That's actually one of the reasons why it's good to not have, like this block isn't all residential. I've got residential, I've got commercial, I've got offices. Just like in real life here in the US and all that, where they do the whole thing where, like, this whole area is a residential neighborhood, and then they have the commercial area, and traffic gets terrible. Mixed zoning is a very, very effective way to try and tone it down a little bit. Let's see. What about the pollution problem? So industrial, you don't want in your residential. Like, industrial, you don't want your residential. Commercial can be with your residential. You do have to be careful about what kind of commercial, because, like, leisure and tourist makes lots of noise, which will upset people. But, yeah, industrial, yeah, you do have to keep industrial separate. But if you get to the point that you're up to offices and all that, they do fill the same need. You can lean a little bit less on industrial and get a lot more offices, and then you don't have to worry about pollution. Now, you still need industrial, but like, for example, what I have here is I've got my industrial. It has its own highway going on. But if we look here, I have a metro station here. And if I show you my metro route, I have a metro that goes to my residential and my university and all that and goes straight out to my industrial. So the people coming to and from work take the metro to work. And then it's mostly just the trucks delivering stuff in and out. I also have a train connection here for shipping stuff in and out. So those kind of deal with a lot of the shipping in and out areas, and then my employees mostly go through the metro stations. But that's the idea, is trying to separate your traffic out. No problem. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, nah, wait till you're awake and ready to do it. Alright, and I don't even... Oh, right, it's going to make the flyover. Or the walkway over. So what we're going to do here is that same thing as I'm trying to deal with my traffic here. Alright, so we can go here. Put that there. Alright. They've got a couple mods to help, like this is Move It, where I'm able to just tweak it versus fighting with it. So I do have mods going, but most of it's quality of life stuff. So that like when I place this and I go, I don't like the way that looks, it's still placed the same way. I can just be like, alright, let's shift you a little over here so you look, you know, smooth and all that. You can go ahead and do that over here as well. There you go. So we've got that all set up. So now we have another mod I'm messing with, which allows me to set stuff in the junction. So I tell them that they cannot cross the highway on foot. They got to use the overhang. You don't need all that stuff to succeed in the game, but they're nice to have because otherwise dealing with some of the stuff can be really frustrating. Alright, I need to give this a little bit of time to catch up, because I've been just smashing down this main highway. And the problem I have right now is because I've wiped out an entire giant line of commercial buildings, it's hit our finances pretty hard. So I can give that a little bit of time to recover. I'll go from there. It does look like maybe this this earthquake crack that we have here might just stay that way with the water, which I'm down for. Yeah, the movement mod, traffic manager, and a couple other quality of life. Yeah, they really do make a big difference in the enjoyability of the game. Make sure they're actually in the right position. Yeah, they're in the right pedestrian zone. We can go ahead and clip that off a little, though. Alright. So let's try and figure out where we got... So you're backed up here. What is happening here that you keep losing momentum? Okay. So we can do some lane magic here. So, this lane only goes in. This lane may proceed through to either lane. And I was doing that way when the pedestrians walk up here and they spawn their car in, that they should have that mostly out of the way. Can I actually do that over here too? That'd actually be pretty slick if I could do it here. What I want to do is try and keep... And trying to keep as many of the vehicles that don't need to be on this lane out of this lane. Well, I'll treat it like it's a turn lane only. Okay, so you're all gridlocking. What's the deal? So you go this way if you want to. You can go straight or turn. You have to go straight. You have to turn. You have to turn there or there. And that should allow them to go through pretty quick. All right, what's going on that you shouldn't have a traffic light. Why is that you're all stopping here? Yeah, that's what I was trying to see is it looks like we do have a traffic light turned on. I don't want the traffic light to be there. Pandemonium. Get in there. If you can go, make it happen. Every man, woman, and child for themselves. Yeah, so we got here as well. No. No traffic light. Just go. Just drive faster. And this is bottlenecking because this is where we drop down from 4 lanes to 2. Well, actually, technically we're dropping... No, this is 2. It's over here we go to 3. Which is all the far I'm trying to take this road. Is once I get this road to there, then I don't need to have that. Because then the lane math works. It's not quite there yet. I got a metro station to move, and I got a graveyard to move. So we're going to start emptying that graveyard. How are you doing right here, by the way? You're still emptying. Alright. And how is our university doing? We're right about to cross the threshold that we will be able to be a bigger college again. Let's actually check all our stats. Power is way beyond fine. Water is doing good. Trash is doing fine. Death care is doing fine. Medical care is doing okay. It could certainly be better. Alright, I have someone getting noise pollution issues. We're going to cut apart this property and we will make it an office. And let's go back to what we're looking at. We have the emergency detection for everything. I don't have the thing with tsunami because honestly I'm too close to the edge for it to be really that valuable. We are... How many people are in here now? Do I need a second? We have 10,000. I'm almost at the point I need a second shelter for my people. Yes, this right now is our bottleneck is right here. If I get the 4-lane road up to this location, that should do a lot for us. Alright. Police are doing fine. Fire is doing... That's earthquake detection. I want... I should be using this. So power, water, garbage. We need another elementary school. And it's looking like the place to put it is inside our high density area, which is not at all surprising. Okay. That should help with the elementary school. So we got elementary schools doing fine. High school has a little bit before it's not a problem. We're actually having a lot more use of our public libraries, which is good. I'd certainly use another one, but I never managed to get those to be particularly good. Most people are happy. General health is very high. We do actually have some sick citizens, but we're doing pretty good otherwise. Our child and elderly care is not great because I haven't built any of those. Our land values are generally very high. The wind we don't care about. Traffic is still bottlenecked at this spot and right here. So it's those three spots. It's like this little choke point right here. We'll get that sorted by... The big thing I need to do is once we get in our tile, make it so we have a highway that goes here, so the through traffic just goes around us. And then same deal, we do that over there, through traffic goes around us. But we're not set up with that yet. Pollution are mostly okay. Like we got little patches of pollution, but it's nowhere near anywhere anyone's living or pulling water. Noise pollution's a little bit more of a mess, but it's going to be. Fire safety is fine except for the college campus. Don't worry about it, it's probably fine. Land value is really good. When it comes to resources, we've got a bunch of good stuff. Got some houses that could use more leisure. We don't have special buildings. I should probably get the road maintenance thing, shouldn't I? Yeah, you can choose the traffic routes. Places tourists are going, which is mostly the campus. And then a couple businesses here and there. Tours info. So we could build a tour through here, is what this is saying. That these would be hot spots. We don't have a park maintenance. We're doing the tiniest bit of fishing. Alright. Things are going mostly there. We'll go poke that, so that's in the zone. Alright. So, this has been going real good. Oh yeah, I've read something that they added, like, notes to, like, reminder notes, into Steam. I need to figure out how to do that. Hey, Menace, how's it going? Because I need to figure out how to do that, the post-it note thing. Because for stuff like this, I could make myself a post-it note for City Skylines and be like, yo, this road right here, that's your next project. Cities? I'm doing alright. Cities is going pretty well. We're fixing some traffic problems because I have everyone routing onto this main road. Should be simple enough. I just need to get my 4-lane up to this point, which is very close. I just have a graveyard in the way and a metro in the way I gotta reroute. Because once we go to there, then our lane math will work out where these 2 lanes empty out there. They can still turn right, so it's 3 lanes going this way. And then they will fill in the 2 lanes there, and we have a turn-only lane up there, so it should go, like, just flying through there. We'll still have a little bit of a choke point up here, but yeah. Guess the graveyard will be sent to the grave. Yep, we're digging up all the bodies right now. As you do. Progress demands the exhuming of corpses. Anyways, with that note, I'm going to go ahead and save because we're getting to be about that time, chat. So, with all that said, first of all, I'm going to remember to end the recording.